People always ask me what scares me most out here. The storms, the wildlife, the chance of getting lost miles from the nearest road. The truth is, none of that comes close. Those things are real, yes, but they're natural. You can prepare for them. What I fear most are the things no map explains, the moments you can't plan for. When the woods turn strange and you realize you've stepped into a place that doesn't follow the same rules anymore. Tonight, I want to tell you one of those stories. It's not about bears or bad weather. It's about the kind of night that leaves you staring into the dark, wondering if the dark is staring back. This is a true, real camping horror, what scares me most. My name is Adrian Lowe, and I must begin this account by stating plainly that I have always considered myself a rational man. I am 29 years old, born and raised in North Carolina, and I have spent most of my life hiking, fishing, and camping in the dense forests of the southern Appalachian Range. I hold a steady job as a surveyor for a land management company, and my weekends have always been devoted to the outdoors. I offer these details not as idle self-description, but as proof that I am not a person prone to flights of fancy or a stranger to wilderness hardships. I know what a restless bear sounds like when it huffs outside the tent wall. I can identify an owl's cry in the distance, even when it echoes in ways that twist strangely through ridges and hollows. I know the difference between the natural and the unnatural, or at least believed I did before the night that has compelled me to write. Missing Person National Park is not what it is officially called, of course. On the maps it bears a name tied to the river that cuts through its valleys, a grand and sprawling park with hundreds of miles of trails. But anyone who spends time in the hiking community, anyone who frequents the scattered ranger stations or backcountry bulletin boards, knows the nickname. It has been whispered for decades, perhaps longer, and I first heard it when I was only 16 years old. Don't go alone into Missing Person, one of the older hikers said at a campfire. That's where people go quiet and never come back. At the time I had laughed it off, assuming it was just one of those bits of lore invented to spook newcomers, the same way people invent stories about ghost hitchhikers or phantom lights. But the older I grew, the more often I noticed the obituaries. The laminated posters tacked onto wooden boards at trailheads, the smiling faces paired with words like last seen or information needed. I could never quite dismiss the weight of those papers, even when the rational part of me demanded to file it all under accidents, poor preparation, or the unfortunate statistics of wilderness travel. I decided to camp there only because a friend of mine, Owen Palmer, had asked me to join him. Owen and I had gone to college together, and although our lives had diverged since then, he knew I had remained devoted to long treks through the woods. He sent me a message late one evening saying he wanted to do a multi-day hike into the heart of the park, something off-trail, something we could brag about later. He knew I was cautious, so he dressed the invitation in terms he thought would appeal to me. "We'll map it out precisely," he said. "Bring proper gear. Leave an itinerary with the ranger. We'll treat it like a professional expedition." Against my better judgment, and perhaps because I still valued the bond we had shared years earlier, I agreed. We set out in early October. The leaves had already turned into bands of crimson and gold across the mountainsides, and a chill lingered in the morning air that promised frost by night. We checked in at the ranger station near the southern entrance, filled out the required backcountry forms, and were handed a yellow carbon copy of our itinerary. The ranger behind the counter, a gray-haired woman with a flat, wary voice, tapped the paper twice with her finger. "Stay on your route," she said. "Do not go wandering. Do not go chasing any sounds or lights at night. If you're not back by Monday, we will send a crew." Owen grinned, assuming she was trying to frighten us, but I noticed that she never cracked a smile. Our packs were heavy with 4 days' worth of supplies. We left behind the wide gravel paths and cut northward into narrower trails that wound between rhododendron thickets and mossy boulders. By afternoon, we had entered a section of forest that felt older, darker, as though the sun could not reach the ground, even at midday. It was there that the silence began to gnaw at me. No birdsong, no squirrel chatter in the branches. Even the wind seemed reluctant to stir the canopy above. I mentioned it to Owen, who laughed and said, "That's why it's called wilderness, man. No Starbucks, no traffic, no noise." He had always been dismissive of subtleties, whereas I had learned over years of experience that silence in the woods is not normal. It is a sign. Still, I kept my thoughts to myself. We camped the first night beside a small creek, its water running clear and cold over a bed of stones. I remember clearly the way the frost glittered on the edges of the grass when the sun set, and how the cold air pooled low in the hollow where we pitched the tent. We built a modest fire, shared a flask of bourbon that Owen had insisted on carrying, and watched the stars appear between branches. Around midnight, I awoke to relieve myself and stepped out into the darkness. The fire had reduced to embers, glowing faintly like the eyes of buried animals. As I stood by the creek, I heard what I swore was a whistle carried faintly on the breeze. 3 rising notes, drawn out and deliberate, as if someone were signaling in the distance. I turned my head quickly, but the sound had already faded, leaving only the gurgle of the stream. I stood there longer than I should have, staring into the trees, waiting for the whistle to repeat. When nothing came, I returned to the tent, heart thudding harder than it should have for such a small thing. The second day's hike was more difficult. We climbed ridges that offered occasional glimpses of valleys, stretching out like seas of color. But the silence continued, broken only by the crunch of our boots. Once, near midday, Owen stopped abruptly and cocked his head. "You hear that?" he whispered. I listened, and for the briefest moment, I thought I heard the sound of someone crying. Thin, breathless sobs carried through the trees, but then it was gone, as though swallowed by the air. "Just wind," I said quickly, though my throat felt dry. Owen shrugged and kept walking. By the evening of the second day, we had reached a plateau marked by a scatter of stone outcrops. We decided to make camp there, since the ground was relatively level and offered a wide view of the forest below. The sun dipped behind the ridges, painting the sky in streaks of fire, and we built our second campfire. Owen grew talkative after drinking more bourbon, telling stories from college, laughing too loudly, perhaps trying to fight the weight of the quiet woods. I only half listened, my gaze wandering to the tree line. It was then that I noticed something pale between the trunks, something that seemed to move, almost like a figure walking slowly parallel to our camp. When I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it must have been a birch tree catching the moonlight, but my stomach had already nodded. Later, when we lay inside the tent, I could not sleep. The air was too still, the silence too perfect. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it again. The whistle. 3 notes, faint but unmistakable, drifting through the dark like a question. I held my breath, waiting, and then came a second sound. The unmistakable snap of a branch, close to the tent, followed by the soft rhythm of footsteps circling us. I touched Owen's shoulder. He stirred groggily, muttering, but I shushed him. Together we listened. The steps paused, then resumed, circling the tent slowly, deliberately, as if whoever it was wanted us to know they were there. My mouth went dry. I reached for the hatchet I kept by my side. Probably just a deer. Owen whispered, though his voice quavered. But I knew the cadence of deer hooves, the stutter and shuffle of their movements. This was different. These were human footsteps. They circled once, then twice, then stopped entirely. The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. We waited, neither of us daring to move, until at some point exhaustion overwhelmed fear, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. When morning came, we stepped outside to find the ground around our tent crisscrossed with prints. Not boot prints, not barefoot either, but something in between. Elongated, narrow, with the suggestion of toes, yet distorted. As if whoever had left them had walked through. Mud that stretched their feet unnaturally. They formed a complete ring around the tent, looping twice before vanishing into the woods. Owen stared at them, his face pale, and muttered, "Some prankster messing with us." But the park was enormous, and we had seen no other hikers since we entered. The rational explanation fell flat. Still, we packed and continued. Pride, stubbornness, and the sheer logistics of turning back pushed us onward. But the farther we went, the more distorted the forest seemed to become. Landmarks repeated themselves, an outcrop of rocks that we swore we had passed 2 hours earlier. A crooked pine that leaned at the same angle as one we had left behind. It was as if the forest were folding in on itself, turning trails into loops designed to keep us wandering forever. I checked the compass strapped to my chest, only to watch in disbelief as the needle spun without pause, as though no magnetic north existed. By dusk of that third day, we were weary and unnerved. We set up camp reluctantly in a hollow where dead leaves lay in thick drifts. We had scarcely settled before a new sound joined us. From the trees came a voice, low, cracked, yet clear enough to understand. It called my name, Adrian. Once, then again, drawn out syllables like a parent coaxing a child. Owen and I stared at each other, neither daring to breathe. The voice came a third time, closer, unmistakable, and then the whistle followed. 3 notes, rising, deliberate. The sound of my name being carried through trees was as unlike anything I had ever known, and I have tried countless times since to describe it to others, though words always fall short. It was not an echo or a trick of the ear. It was my name spoken in the precise tone of familiarity, as though the forest itself had heard it countless times before, and now returned it to me in a broken voice that should have belonged to someone I knew. The whistle that followed was like punctuation to the moment. 3 slow notes, deliberate, practiced. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, as though lightning had struck nearby. Owen gripped my arm, his fingers tight enough to bruise, and whispered hoarsely, "Who the hell is out there?" We did not answer. To speak seemed dangerous, as if acknowledgement would invite whatever was outside to step closer. For long minutes we crouched in the dark, staring at the tent wall, waiting for a shadow or a shape. The silence stretched until I began to believe I had imagined it. But then came the crunch of leaves. Faint but steady, moving parallel to our hollow, circling again. Owen reached for the zipper, but I seized his wrist. "Don't," I hissed. "Not yet." He swallowed hard and withdrew his hand. Whoever or whatever was out there wanted us to look, wanted us to reveal ourselves. Some instinct I cannot explain told me to wait. When the noises finally faded, I realized only then how hard my heart was pounding. Sleep was impossible. We lay rigid until dawn stained the leaves pale gold. Only then did we venture outside. Once again, prints littered the ground, looping around the tent in spirals, more numerous than before. They overlapped, diverged, then converged again, as though more than one set of feet had wandered the perimeter in the night. Some impressions looked fresh, others already softened by dew, as if they had been waiting for us long before we arrived. Owen cursed under his breath, his bravado cracking. "This isn't funny anymore. We need to get back to the trail." His eyes darted toward the ridge as if hoping for a landmark. I agreed, though privately I wondered if the trails we thought we could retrace even still existed in the same order. The forest felt warped, stretched thin in places and thickened in others, like a map smudged by careless hands. We packed in haste, shouldering our gear with clumsy urgency. My compass remained useless, its needle drifting lazily in slow circles. The GPS unit Owen carried was no better, the screen flickering with error messages. Frozen coordinates that placed us miles beyond the park's borders. We resorted to intuition, choosing the general direction we believed led south. Hours bled into one another. The sun climbed, then sank, and still we moved, our legs trembling with exhaustion. At times I thought I saw the silhouette of someone moving ahead, pale against the shadowed trees, always just beyond reach. But when we hurried, it slipped away, leaving us only deeper in the maze. By late afternoon, Owen stopped, bent over with his hands on his knees. His face shone with sweat despite the cold air. "We're not going to make it out before nightfall," he muttered. "When need to." He froze mid-sentence. His eyes widened as he pointed to the ground. There, between us, lay a laminated flyer nailed to a stake. The edges were weathered, but the face printed on it was clear, a young woman, smiling, her eyes alight with life. The words "missing since June 2017" stood stark beneath her photo. The strangest part was not the flyer itself, but its placement. We were far from any trailhead or ranger outpost, in a hollow that showed no signs of human passage. Yet here was an official notice, standing upright as though freshly posted. My stomach twisted. Owen reached for it, then pulled his hand back as if burned. "It's just someone must have." He stammered, unable to finish. We left it where it was and pressed on, though the image of the smiling woman haunted me with every step. As dusk fell, we stumbled into a clearing, unlike any other we had seen. At its center stood a wooden picnic table, warped and moss-covered, its surface carved with initials. Beside it leaned a rusted metal grill, the kind provided at public campsites. But there were no maintained trails here, no markers, no signs of recent use. It was as though an entire rest area had been lifted from the edge of a highway and dropped into the heart of the wilderness. The sight of it made my skin crawl. Owen insisted we camp there, arguing that at least the ground was level and free of underbrush. I wanted to keep moving, to use every shred of daylight left, but my legs betrayed me, and so I agreed. We pitched the tent beside the table. though I could not bring myself to sit on the rotted wood. Darkness fell quickly, and once again the forest swallowed all sound. We dared not light a fire for fear of drawing attention, though what attention we were trying to avoid was impossible to say. We sat in the tent in silence, listening to the faint rustle of leaves, waiting. The waiting proved worse than anything. Hours dragged by, broken only by the occasional sigh of wind. I nearly convinced myself the night might pass without incident, until the voices began. They were faint at first, like a radio buried under static. Then they grew clearer, multiple voices overlapping, murmuring in tones too low to decipher. They came from the direction of the clearing, from where the picnic table stood. I strained to catch words, but heard only broken syllables, fragments, and the occasional burst of laughter that was hollow, mirthless. Owen, shaking, whispered, "They're right outside." His hand hovered over the zipper again, and this time I did not stop him. He drew it down slowly, inch by inch, until the night air seeped inside. We peered through the gap. What we saw was burned into me. Around the table stood figures, 6, maybe 7 of them. Their forms were pale, almost luminous, like flesh drained of blood. They leaned close to the table as though sharing a meal, though no food lay before them. Their heads jerked in unnatural angles, snapping side to side, as if listening to unseen speakers. The murmuring came from their mouths, yet none of them moved their lips in sync with the sound. And then, almost in unison, they turned toward our tent. I yanked the zipper closed, heart slamming in my chest. The voices rose, louder now, as if excited by our discovery. Owen grabbed my arm, hissing, "What do we do?" I had no answer. The figures began to move, their pale outlines drifting across the clearing toward us. The air grew colder, heavy with the stench of damp earth and something metallic. Then, without warning, the voices ceased. Silence fell so suddenly it rang in my ears. We waited, breathless, until at last exhaustion claimed us once more. I do not remember falling asleep, only the restless dreams that followed. Dreams of faces pressed against thin fabric, of fingers tracing circles in the dirt, of whistles echoing in endless repetition. When dawn came, the clearing was empty. The table stood alone, draped in dew. No prints marked the ground, no trace of our visitors remained. Owen insisted we leave immediately, his hands trembling as he packed. We abandoned half our gear, carrying only what was essential, and struck out in what we prayed was the direction of safety. But the forest had other plans. By midday, we came on another flyer nailed to a tree. This one showed a different face. An older man, weathered, his eyes squinting against the sun, missing since September 2019. My throat tightened. The placement was no accident. Someone, or something, wanted us to see these faces, to be reminded of those who had vanished before us. We pushed harder, stumbling through thickets, scraping our arms on briars. Hours later, exhausted, we burst into another clearing. For a moment, relief surged through me. It was another picnic site, identical to the last, with a table and a rusted grill. But then the truth hit me. It was not another site. It was the same initials carved into the wood, the same patch of moss creeping up the legs, the same rusted grill leaning at the same angle. We had walked in circles. Owen dropped his pack and screamed, a raw, hopeless sound that seemed to vanish instantly into the trees. He kicked the table until one leg splintered, then collapsed to his knees. I wanted to console him, but despair gnawed at me too. We were trapped in a loop, pawns in some game we did not understand. As night fell again, we huddled in the tent without speaking. Every crack of a twig set my nerves on edge. I gripped the hatchet tightly, knowing it was useless against whatever forces toyed with us. At some point I heard footsteps outside once more, slow and deliberate, circling as they had before. This time, however, they stopped directly at the tent's entrance. A hand pressed against the fabric, fingers long and too many, dragging slowly downward. I clamped a hand over Owen's mouth to stifle his gasp. We sat frozen as the hand traced the outline of the zipper, then withdrew. The silence that followed was unbearable. Eventually, the footsteps retreated. The whistle sounded once, faint and mocking, before fading into the trees. I awoke in the gray dawn to find Owen already outside the tent, his eyes bloodshot, pacing in circles like a man who had not slept at all. His pack lay half open on the ground, items strewn in a careless arc. He stopped when he saw me, his voice low and broken. "We can't stay another night here. If we do, we'll end up like them." He didn't have to clarify who them meant. The pale figures at the table, the faces on the flyers, the endless echoes of the missing. I forced myself to eat a handful of trail mix, though my throat resisted every bite. We abandoned nearly everything except water, a little food, and the hatchet. Owen carried the map anyway, though it had proven useless, its lines nothing but mocking patterns. "South," he repeated like a mantra. "We keep heading south." I nodded, though the word felt meaningless in a place where the compass spun and the landmarks rearranged themselves. We left the clearing and pushed deeper into the trees. The silence followed us, heavy and unbroken, except for the occasional crack of a branch beneath our boots. I kept glancing behind, certain that if I looked quickly enough, I would catch one of the pale figures trailing us. At times I swore I heard a second set of footsteps, matching ours exactly, halting when we halted, resuming when we did. I tried to tell myself it was paranoia, but the rhythm was too precise. By midday the forest thickened, branches clawing at our jackets, briars lashing our legs. The ground sloped downward into a ravine where a stream trickled sluggishly. And for the first time in days, I heard the sound of water. Relief surged through me at the simple normalcy of it. We followed the stream, reasoning that water must lead somewhere. A river, a road, maybe even a ranger station. For a few hours hope buoyed us, enough that Owen even managed a grim smile. But then the stream led us to another clearing, and my heart sank. The same clearing. The same picnic table, now cracked from Owen's furious kick the day before. The same initials carved into the surface. The same moss-covered grill leaning at its impossible angle. It was as though the forest had folded in on itself, returning us again and again to the same cursed place. Owen broke then. He dropped to his knees and tore at the ground with his bare hands, clawing through damp leaves and soil until his nails bled. "We're dead," he whispered. "We've been dead this whole time. That's why they call it missing person. You don't come back because you never leave." His words chilled me more than the cold air ever could. I gripped his shoulders, shaking him hard. "We are not dead. Do you hear me? We are alive, and we will get out." I said it with more conviction than I felt, because I knew that despair was the surest path to surrender. We left the clearing once more, dragging our feet through unfamiliar gullies, stumbling across ridges that seemed to multiply without end. The afternoon bled away into dusk, and I dreaded the coming night. We had no energy to pitch the tent, So we huddled against a fallen log, our backs pressed tight together, the hatchet balanced on my knees. Darkness thickened around us until I could no longer see my hand in front of my face. That was when the voices returned. Not murmurs this time, but clear words spoken in Owen's voice. "Adrian," it called softly. "Come here. It's safe." My breath caught. Owen stiffened beside me. Then another voice answered, this one in my tone, calling his name with the same coaxing lilt. The forest threw our voices back at us, twisted and wrong, as though practicing the sounds, until it could pass for us perfectly. Owen's grip on my arm tightened until it hurt. "Don't listen," I whispered. No matter what, the mimicry grew bolder. Soon there were dozens of voices, all of them variations of us, calling, laughing, weeping. Some sounded older, some younger, some hoarse with rage or swollen with grief. They overlapped until it became a chorus of ourselves, a terrible symphony of what we had been and what we might become. The sound pressed against my skull, unbearable. I clamped my hands over my ears, but still the voices seeped in like water through cracks. Then came the whistle. 3 notes, rising and deliberate, louder than ever before, echoing through the ravine. It silenced the voices at once, as though commanding them to stillness. The forest became quiet again, but the quiet now felt like the pause before a blade fell. We did not sleep. We sat in darkness until the first light of dawn leaked through the canopy. Our eyes were hollow, our bodies shaking with exhaustion. At some point, Owen turned to me, his face gaunt. "I can't do it anymore," he said. "I can't keep walking in circles. We'll never leave." I wanted to argue, but the words caught in my throat. Deep down I feared he was right. Yet surrender meant death, or worse. So I forced myself to stand, pulling him up with me. "We keep moving," I said, though my legs trembled beneath me. "We'll keep moving until something changes." We stumbled on, barely more than husks of ourselves, until late afternoon when we reached a ridge that overlooked a valley. My breath caught in disbelief. Below us, barely visible through the trees, was a roof, an actual cabin, its chimney sagging but intact. Smoke did not rise from it, yet the sight of human construction filled me with wild hope. "Look," I rasped, pointing. "We're saved." We half ran, half fell down the slope, tripping over roots, sliding on loose soil. The cabin grew closer until we stood before it, panting. Its wood was gray with age, its door crooked on rusted hinges. A broken rocking chair sat on the porch, swaying slightly though no wind stirred. My instincts screamed at me not to enter, but desperation overpowered caution. We stepped inside. The air was cold and musty, filled with the scent of mildew and rot. Dust coated every surface, yet footprints marked the floor, winding through the single room. At the far wall hung dozens of laminated flyers, each pinned neatly in rows. I recognized the young woman from the first stake we had seen, the older man from the tree, and many more faces besides. All of them smiling, all of them forever frozen in the moment before they disappeared. My knees weakened, and I nearly collapsed. Owen stared at the wall, his lips trembling. "This is where they go," he whispered. "This is where they keep them." He stepped closer, his fingers brushing one of the flyers. His expression shifted then, softening, as though entranced. "Do you hear that?" he asked. I strained, but heard nothing beyond my own pounding pulse. "They're calling me," he said dreamily, his eyes glassy. "I have to go." I grabbed his arm, shaking him.
"No."
"Owen, listen to me. That isn't real." It's a trick. But he pulled away with a strength I hadn't known he had left, stumbling toward the door. He turned once, smiling faintly, and then walked outside into the trees. I followed, shouting his name, but the forest swallowed him instantly. His footsteps faded, replaced by the familiar whistle, 3 notes, rising, deliberate. I was alone. Panic clawed at me, but I forced myself back into the cabin, barricading the door with the chair. I sat in the dark, gripping the hatchet, staring at the flyers on the wall. My own face stared back at me. It was the last flyer in the bottom row, laminated like the others. Missing since October 2025. The date was tomorrow. Something inside me cracked. I screamed until my throat bled, tearing the flyer from the wall, ripping it to shreds. But the paper reformed in my hands, smooth and whole once more, my smiling face staring back. I hurled it across the room, but it landed perfectly pinned in its place, as if it had never been removed. The whistle sounded again, closer now, just outside the cabin. 3 notes, patient, unhurried. Footsteps followed, circling the cabin slowly, dragging against the walls. Fingers scraped across the wood, tracing patterns. A voice called my name, in Owen's tone. Adrian, let me in. It's me. I found the way out. My heart splintered, but I knew better. Owen was gone, or worse. To open the door was to join the faces on the wall. I stayed in the cabin through the night, shivering, eyes fixed on the door. The sounds never ceased. The circling, the calling, the endless whistle. At some point I must have blacked out from exhaustion, because I awoke to sunlight streaming through the cracks in the walls. The noises were gone. Silence reigned again, broken only by the rustle of leaves. I stumbled outside, half expecting the forest to twist into another loop and deliver me back to the cursed clearing. But ahead lay a trail, an actual marked trail, wide and familiar with signs nailed to trees. My breath caught. I followed it blindly, my legs numb, until hours later I staggered into a ranger station. They found me collapsed on the porch, raving about whistles and flyers and cabins that shouldn't exist. They gave me water, wrapped me in blankets, told me I was safe. When I asked about Owen, their faces hardened. They searched for him, of course. They found no trace. Not a footprint, not a shred of clothing. Only my gear, scattered in the woods. It has been weeks since then. I have tried to convince myself that exhaustion and fear warped my senses, that the horrors I saw were nothing more than hallucinations. But then I returned home, and in the mail, I found a package without return address. Inside was a single laminated flyer, my own face smiling with the same words beneath missing since October 2025. I keep it hidden now, though I know it waits. The date printed on it has passed. According to that flyer, I am already gone. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is still and the silence settles too heavy, I hear it again. The whistle. 3 notes, deliberate, patient, waiting for me to answer. My name is Victor Hale, and I was discovered why. And I was 34 years old that the woods of the Monongahela National Forest were not the quiet refuge I had always believed them to be. I have spent much of my life outdoors, moving between hiking trips, fishing excursions, and camping retreats whenever the weight of work or the restlessness of routine became too heavy. It always felt natural to me to be alone among trees, rivers, and quiet meadows. I thought I understood the rhythms of the forest, the way it sighed with wind and groaned with age, the way it sheltered and threatened in equal measure. I thought I knew what belonged there, and what did not. I was wrong. That afternoon had started with nothing unusual, and that might be why the memory still clings to me so sharply. It was midsummer, the air thick with the kind of damp warmth that settles on your skin and refuses to leave. The river ran brownish, green, swollen from rain earlier in the week, but calm enough that I believed I could coax a trout or two from its depths. I had set up near a bend where sycamores leaned long, armed over the water, their bark flaking like patchwork skin. I remember choosing one particularly large sycamore to rest against. Its trunk was broad enough that I could lean back with comfort, rod angled toward the current. I baited my hook, cast the line, and let the soft pull of the river carry away every thought that wasn't immediately necessary. It was the sort of peace that felt earned. I dozed lightly, my hat tugged down over my eyes. The world hummed around me, cicadas droning in the canopy, the plunk of water against stone, the occasional rustle of underbrush when some unseen thing passed through. When I blinked awake, my line was still slack, untouched. I shifted, easing my back more firmly against the tree, and that was when I noticed the bark. It had changed. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks in the shifting light. The sycamore's mottled surface had peeled in a way that suggested shapes, not random but deliberate. There was an impression of a curve, then another, until the patterns became too precise to ignore. What I saw was a grin. The strips of pale bark had curveal a row of jagged, tooth-like ridges. They weren't teeth. Of course, that was the first lie I told myself. Just bark, just rough growth, just coincidence. Yet as I stared, the grin seemed to widen. A chip of bark loosened and fell, not with the clean break of weathered wood, but with a chewing motion, as if the tree itself had spat it out. I pushed myself upright, heart suddenly alive in my chest. The line of my fishing rod tugged as though to remind me of its presence, but my focus clung to that grotesque smile carved into the sycamore's face. I blinked hard, stepped back, rubbed at my eyes until little sparks danced across my vision. When I looked again, the bark hung limp and ordinary, its pale patches blending with darker skin. The grin dissolved into nothing but weathered tree flesh. Relief came quick, ridiculous in its intensity. I laughed under my breath, shook my head at myself. Long afternoons alone can play tricks, I knew that well. Still, I found I didn't want to lean against that tree anymore. I reeled in the line, found no bite, and decided to move a little upstream. There was another bend I remembered, less shaded but still promising. The river there ran shallower, its stones visible beneath the surface, like coins waiting to be plucked. I walked quickly, telling myself it was just eagerness for better fishing, not nerves. But every step felt like leaving something behind me that I didn't want to turn and face again. For the rest of the day, nothing unusual happened. I caught 2 small trout, enough to justify the trip, though not enough to keep. I released them, watched them flicker back into the muddy depths. The sun lowered itself behind the canopy, and I considered heading home before dusk. Yet a stubbornness rose in me. I had driven out here for solitude, for hours unbroken by the static of the modern world. To leave early felt like surrender, so I stayed, building a small fire on the bank and preparing a simple meal from the provisions I had carried in my pack. As the flames caught, sparks rising like insects into the night, the memory of the tree with its terrible grin began to soften, become almost comical. I could explain it away 100 times before sleep. Shadows, bark patterns, a tired mind. The forest wasn't haunted, it was alive, and living things always shift and change if you stare too long. That night I laid my bedroll close to the fire, knowing it would burn low but hoping it would last long enough to keep the edge of the chill away. The sounds of the forest deepened, became layered, and all called from somewhere above, and something else, larger, heavier, moved far off among the trees. None of it alarmed me. These were the voices of the night, companions I had long grown accustomed to. I let them lull me towards sleep. But then, through the rhythm of those sounds, came another. A creaking, a rasping grind, like wood under stress, like a limb bending too far. At first it seemed far away, another natural complaint of the forest's shifting bones. Then it grew louder, closer. I opened my eyes, and the fire threw just enough light to reveal shapes along the bank. I turned my head toward the sycamores. One of them was moving. Not in the way trees sway with the wind, not a slow bowing to invisible currents. This movement was deliberate, a hunching, a lean. The broad trunk that had once supported me was bending forward, not with the top swaying down, but with the middle groaning outward, as though the tree itself were stooping to peer at me. My breath locked in my chest. I could see the peeling bark again, jagged strips curling back like lips, and behind them, God, I swore I saw them, were teeth. White, too white for wood. Glistening with a wetness that bark should never carry. They worked slowly, grinding, chewing on splinters that weren't there. Chips of bark tumbled to the ground like shavings from a meal already in progress. I sat frozen, unable to reconcile what I was seeing with what I knew should be real. The tree didn't walk closer, didn't uproot itself in some nightmare of motion. It only bent, groaning, lowering its grin toward me until the firelight painted its teeth in flickers of orange and shadow. My hand found the handle of my knife without thought, though what blade could matter against something like that? My pulse was so loud in my ears, I almost didn't hear the second sound. A whispering scrape, not bark this time, but something softer, like fabric dragging across wood. I turned and saw that another sycamore, further down the bank, had bent in the same grotesque posture. Its bark peeled into a smaller smile, thin as a cut. Then another, and another. A row of them, all leaning forward, all grinning down into the glow of my campfire. I wanted to flee. I wanted to leap into the river and let its current carry me far from that place. But my body wouldn't move. Some primal logic held me there, as though running would trigger something worse, something final. So I sat, rigid, staring at those impossible mouths. Minutes stretched into something unbearable. The trees did not advance. They only watched, chewing endlessly on their own skin, as if mocking the act of eating, as if practicing. At last, exhaustion overcame terror. My body sagged under the weight of adrenaline, and in the fog of half-sleep I convinced myself again it wasn't real. Just fatigue, shadows, the play of fire. I drifted in and out of awareness, the grins burned into the back of my eyelids. When morning came, the trees stood straight and silent. Their bark showed nothing but the usual patchwork of pale and dark. No teeth, no mouths. My fire was ash, the only evidence that anything had happened. All was the small pile of bark chips, scattered near my bedroll, pale and fresh as though gnawed. I told myself I would pack up and leave, that I would never fish this bend of the river again. But when I rose, when I looked at the water, catching the first light of day, I felt the tug of stubbornness once more. Maybe the trees had always been this way, and I had never noticed. Maybe fear had made me see patterns where none existed. I could not leave without knowing. So I stayed. And that choice, simple as it seemed, was the mistake that bound me to what came after. The morning light should have brought comfort, but it didn't. I had expected the heat of the sun to burn away the grotesque images from the night before, to make me feel like a fool for believing in grinning trees. Yet the forest did not soften. The sycamores still loomed at the riverbank, and though they appeared ordinary, I could not shake the memory of their bent trunks, their pale teeth glistening in firelight. The pile of bark chips by my bedroll remained, scattered in the grass like crumbs after a meal. No dream could leave something so tangible behind. I forced myself to act as though the day was normal. I brewed coffee, ate dry bread, and checked the line I had left in the water. My hands went through the motions of living, but my eyes betrayed me, darting to the marked sycamore again and again. The cross I had carved into its bark was still there, darkened with sap. Somehow, that sight was worse than if it had vanished. It meant the tree had moved and yet returned, aware of what I'd done, choosing to leave my mark like a scar. By midday, I knew I should leave. Every instinct screamed for me to pack up and abandon this stretch of river. But stubbornness is its own trap. A part of me needed to know if what I saw was real, if it would happen again when night fell. If I walked away now, the question would gnaw at me for the rest of my life. So I convinced myself to stay one more night, telling myself I'd keep watch, that I'd prove it to myself one way or another. The hours crawled. I cast my line and caught nothing. The river flowed on, indifferent to my presence. The forest was quiet, too quiet, as if holding its breath. Even the insects seemed subdued, their droning faint, hesitant. My thoughts spiraled until the sun dipped low and the light shifted toward gold. When I built my fire that evening, I set it closer than before, piling wood high so the flames roared. I positioned my bedroll where I could see the sycamore clearly. The carved cross glowed pale in the shifting light. I sat with my knife in hand, waiting. At first, nothing. The forest creaked in the usual way, branches shifting, leaves rustling in small gusts. The fire popped and spat sparks. My eyelids drooped. Then came the groan. It was subtle at first, no louder than the sound of wood settling. But as the minutes passed, the groan deepened into a drawn-out creak, like something bending under strain. My body went rigid. The sycamore leaned. Slowly, steadily, its massive trunk arched forward. Impossibly supple for something so old and rooted. The carved cross tilted with it, vanishing into shadow as strips of bark peeled back. The grin revealed itself again. White ridges glistened where no teeth should be. They moved, chewing bark to splinters, each fragment tumbling with a dry clatter onto the soil. My stomach twisted. I staggered to my feet, knife raised though it felt like a child's toy against that towering mass. My fire flared, but the tree didn't recoil. It leaned closer. The chewing sound grew louder, joined by others. I turned and saw more sycamores bowing forward, one by one, their bark splitting into grotesque mouths. They chewed in unison, spitting chips into the night. And then came the sound. Not words at first, but syllables pulled through straining wood, groaning vowels shaped from creaks and cracks. My blood froze as the marked sycamore forced them into a word. Stay. I backed toward the fire, heart slamming in my chest. Stay. The voice dragged again, deeper, more deliberate. The others joined, their creaks layering into a terrible chorus. Stay. Stay. I shouted, my voice breaking. What are you? The forest answered only with its demand, the word grinding through wooden throats. The air grew heavy, thick with sap and rot. My fire sputtered as if shrinking from them. I lunged for my pack, clawing at the straps, throwing rope and food inside with frantic hands. The trees leaned lower, their mouths yawning wider. Splinters rained like spit. I could hear roots tearing at the soil, as if they meant to drag themselves free. Stay, they groaned, louder now, vibrating through the ground beneath me. I bolted, knife in one hand, pack slung across my shoulder. I sprinted into the dark. Branches whipped my face, roots clawed my ankles, but adrenaline pushed me forward. The chorus followed, grinding from all directions. Stay. The path twisted beneath my feet, curving where it should have been straight. I swore the trees moved, crowding closer, their grins glinting in slivers of moonlight. When I stumbled into a clearing, I collapsed to my knees. Moonlight poured down, pure and silver, untouched by firelight. The air was open, free of the cloying pressure I'd fled. Around me, the trees stood still, their bark unbroken. No grins, no teeth. The silence was suffocating. I stayed there until dawn, trembling, afraid to close my eyes. Every time I blinked, I saw rows of pale teeth swaying over me. By morning, exhaustion left me hollow. I forced myself to my feet and began walking toward the trailhead. The sun burned overhead, but the forest still pressed close, oppressive. I avoided every sycamore, stepping wide arcs around them. My knife never left my hand. I should have been free, but the word followed me, echoing at the edges of my mind. Stay. I could almost hear it, whispered from behind each tree I passed, a groan buried in their roots. When the parking lot finally came into view, relief flooded me so strong my knees nearly buckled. My car waited where I'd left it, sun, warmed metal shining like salvation. I climbed inside and slammed the door and sat gripping the wheel until my breathing slowed. But when I dared to glance back at the tree line, I saw it, one pale grin among the trunks. A mouth stretched too wide, teeth gleaming in daylight. And though the window glass muffled the world, I swear I heard it whisper, soft and patient, "See you soon." I didn't drive straight home after leaving the Monongahela. I told myself I would. But once I reached the nearest gas station, I sat in the parking lot for nearly an hour, staring through the windshield with my hands locked on the wheel. My body shook with exhaustion, but my mind was wired, restless. The ordinary world moved around me. Families filling up their cars, a boy stocking drinks inside the store, cicadas buzzing in the summer heat. None of it matched what I had just crawled out of. It felt like I had stepped between realities, and now I was trying to pretend the gap wasn't there. I drove to my apartment eventually, but even then, I didn't sleep. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw teeth gnashing in firelight. Every creak of the building made me jolt. I told myself it was over, that I had escaped, that the forest wanted me to stay but couldn't follow. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true, because the first night back in my own bed, I woke to the sound of wood groaning. It came from the wall beside me. At first, I thought it was just the building settling, but then it deepened, dragging into a long, straining creak. My breath caught. I stared at the plaster, and for a moment I swore I saw it flex, just slightly, as if something behind it were leaning close. My knife was under my pillow, and I gripped it until my hand went numb. Eventually, the sound faded. The wall looked normal again, but sleep didn't return. The days that followed blurred together. I avoided wooded areas on my commute. I kept my curtains drawn. I threw out the backpack I had carried into the forest. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I would catch glimpses of pale shapes in the corner of my eye. A flash of bark, textured skin, a grin curling where it shouldn't be. They vanished the moment I turned my head. I considered seeing a doctor. Maybe it was stress, hallucinations, something explainable. But then I noticed the bark chips. They started small. A scattering on my living room floor one morning, pale curls of wood where none should be. I swept them up, convinced I had tracked them home without realizing. The next day, there were more. On the kitchen counter, inside the sink, even on the pillow beside me when I woke. The smell of sap followed, sweet and cloying, filling the apartment no matter how many times I scrubbed. That was when I understood I hadn't escaped. I had carried it with me. The whisper came next. At first, I thought it was my neighbors through the thin walls. Some argument carried low and strange. But the words were too familiar. The syllables groaned, drawn out. Stay. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound seemed to come from inside the walls, inside the floorboards. Every piece of wood in that apartment had become a mouth. I fled that night. I packed a single duffel bag, locked the door behind me, and drove with no destination in mind. The highways stretched dark and endless, lit only by the occasional pair of headlights passing the other way. I ended up at a cheap roadside motel hours later, collapsing into a bed that smelled of bleach. The mattress was thin, the ceiling stained, but at least it wasn't home. For one night I almost believed I was safe. Then, at 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of chewing. It came from the headboard. The wood frame of the bed shuddered, creaking in a rhythm too deliberate to mistake. I scrambled back, nearly falling to the floor. Pale shavings curled onto the sheets, fresh and sharp. The bed was eating itself. I bolted into the parking lot barefoot, duffel clutched in my arms. The night air was heavy, humid, alive with insect song. My car waited where I'd left it, and I drove until the sky lightened at the horizon. Since then, I've been moving from place to place, never staying long. Cabins, motels, friends' couches. But no matter where I go, the forest follows. It hides in furniture, in door frames, in the bones of every building I enter. Wood is everywhere, and wood remembers. I've come to realize the forest doesn't just want me inside it. It wants me always. I've thought about telling someone. A priest, maybe, or a scientist, or even just a stranger at a bar. But what would I say? That the trees have teeth, that they've learned to speak, that they want me to stay. In a way I can't escape. They'd call it madness. And maybe it is. But madness doesn't leave bark chips on your pillow. Madness doesn't whisper your name in creaks of oak and pine. I'm writing this now in another motel. The kind where the curtains don't close all the way, and the carpet is damp no matter the season. The desk is pressed against the wall, its surface nicked and scarred from years of careless guests. As I put pen to paper, I can hear it. That faint, rhythmic grind. Wood chewing itself raw. The teeth are never far now. Sometimes I see them in the edges of mirrors. Rows of pale ridges forming in wooden door frames. Sometimes they appear in places they shouldn't, like the dashboard of my car, or the handle of my knife. They don't always move, but I know they're waiting. I understand the truth now. The forest wasn't just trying to keep me. It was teaching me, pulling me into its rhythm. Every groan of timber, every crack of boards underweight. It's all language. A language older than words, spoken by roots and bark, and the slow grind of growth. And I think it's changing me. My teeth ache constantly now, as if pushing against bone. Sometimes when I spit into the sink, I see splinters among the saliva, pale slivers that shouldn't be there. My gums bleed sap instead of blood. The more I run, the stronger the changes become, as if fleeing only feeds them. I don't know how much longer I can resist. I dream of the sycamore grinning down at me, its mouth wide enough to swallow whole trunks. In those dreams, I am not afraid. I lean against its bark again, and when the teeth close, I don't flinch. I chew with them. The truth is simple and terrible. I was never meant to leave. The forest marked me the moment I carved that cross into its skin. I gave it an opening, and it has never let me go. The word it whispered wasn't a threat. It was a promise. Stay. And I am beginning to understand what that means. Because tonight, in this hollow motel, as I listen to the desk creak beneath my elbows, I can feel the grain shifting under my skin. My hands press against the wood, and the wood presses back, pulsing with something alive. I think the grin is inside me now. And when I finally stop running, when I finally return to that riverbank, in the Monongahela, I won't be a man anymore. I'll be another mouth among the trees, chewing bark, waiting for the next curious soul to lean too close. My name is Evelyn Carr, and I have always believed that solitude is a kind of medicine. At 31 years old, I have made a habit of vanishing into the wilderness when the weight of the world presses too heavily against my chest. I work as a legal assistant in Pittsburgh, which means long hours of fluorescent light, sterile conversations, and a calendar that seems to consume itself before I ever feel rested. When I finally negotiated a week of vacation, I loaded my gear into my small Subaru and pointed it south toward the Monongahela National Forest. I wanted quiet nights, star-filled skies, and the kind of sleep you can only find under canvas, wrapped in the heartbeat of the woods. I stopped at the ranger station, a habit ingrained in me from years of backcountry camping. It felt good to check in, to mark my presence on some logbook, as though it tethered me faintly to civilization. The man at the desk introduced himself as Ranger McBride. He was older than me by at least 20 years, his face etched by weather, his hair graying but still thick. He had that presence people gain after decades in wild places. A steady calm, but with an undercurrent of caution. Like he knew too much of what the forest could hold. When I told him my plan, his expression darkened. I explained that I wanted to camp somewhere near the ridge, perhaps close to the old fire tower, since I had read it offered clear views of the valley. His chair creaked as he leaned forward. "The tower's not a good idea," he said. His tone wasn't friendly suggestion. It was clipped, heavy with finality. That structure's condemned. Nobody's maintained it for years. You'd do better at Stone Creek or Little Bear Hollow. I smiled politely, thinking he was exaggerating, as rangers sometimes do when they want people near fragile sites. "I won't climb it," I promised. "Just camp nearby. I like the elevation." McBride's eyes narrowed, studying me with a patience that felt almost like disappointment. He lowered his voice. "I'm telling you plainly. Don't pitch your tent anywhere near that fire tower. Stay away once the sun sets." The firmness of his warning caught me off guard. I hesitated, then nodded. though in truth my curiosity burned hotter. A condemned tower, high ground, and the prospect of a panoramic view. Those were exactly the kinds of things that drew me. I thanked him, signed the log, and left before he could press further. By late afternoon, I was hiking up the ridge. The September air cool against my skin, the trail crunching beneath my boots. The tower eventually came into sight, skeletal against the horizon. Its metal frame was dark with rust, the stairway barred by a warped sign that read unsafe, keep out. The sight thrilled me. Abandoned places always did. I set my tent a short distance away, where a patch of flat ground opened beneath a spread of oaks. The tower loomed just visible through their branches. I cooked a simple dinner of rice and beans on my small camp stove, the flame hissing gently as twilight deepened. The night rose steadily around me, shadows stretching, the sky bruising into indigo. Crickets sang in uneven rhythms. I sat outside my tent with a small lantern, reading a paperback novel until the words blurred and the dark pressed closer. Around midnight, when the forest was thick with silence, I noticed something. A faint glow spilled across the clearing. I lifted my head. The watchlight inside the tower had flicked on. It wasn't possible. There hadn't been electricity in that place for years. Yet the square of yellow light glowed clear, as a beacon from the glass room at the top. I rose slowly to my feet, heart drumming. The forest seemed to hush itself, and then against the pane, a figure appeared. My breath caught. It was me. I recognized the outline instantly. My height, my long dark hair pulled back, the curve of my shoulders beneath my jacket. The figure leaned against the window frame and lifted one hand in an unmistakable gesture. It was waving. I stood frozen in the clearing, my lantern's glow paling against the impossible light above. My double smiled faintly, or maybe that was my imagination. I wanted to shout, to demand what I was seeing, but my throat clenched tight. A chill crept through me, so physical I had to rub my arms. My first thought, absurd, desperate, was that some hiker had climbed up there and was playing a trick. But no one could have known I would come to this place. And the likeness, it wasn't a trick. It was me. The waves slowed, fingers unfurling against the glass. Then, with a motion too deliberate to be casual, the figure turned and walked deeper into the room. The light flickered once, twice, then extinguished, plunging the tower back into darkness. I stood there for several minutes, straining my eyes against the blackness, waiting for some sign of movement. Nothing came. The forest seemed to breathe again, cicadas resuming their buzz, leaves rustling faintly in the wind. I retreated to my tent, zipper shaking as I drew it shut. Sleep came in shallow fragments. Each time my eyes closed, I pictured that window, that copy of myself lifting its hand in recognition. At dawn, the world looked ordinary again. Birds stirred the branches. The tower was just a rotting silhouette, empty and harmless. I told myself I had been overtired, that shadows and moonlight had twisted into illusions. Still, unease gnawed at me, and I resolved to pack up and move, camp farther down the ridge. Before leaving, I forced myself to approach the base of the tower. The stairs were chained, the lowest steps rusted through. No footprints marked the soil around it except my own. I craned my neck upward, half expecting to see my face framed in the window again, but the glass reflected only sky. Relief swept through me, though it felt fragile. I shouldered my pack, leaving the clearing behind. The trail descended in switchbacks, carrying me toward Stone Creek. I passed through a grove of maples, where the morning light fell golden, trying to let the warmth erase the memory of last night. By the time I reached a narrow stream, I almost believed I had imagined everything. I set camp again, farther from the tower. The day unfolded with easy rhythms filtering water, sketching in my notebook, cooking noodles on the stove. I reminded myself why I had come here. To find calm, to let the wilderness wash the static of the city from me. But night doesn't forgive lies. Sometime after midnight, I woke to silence too deep, as if the forest were holding its breath. I unzipped the tent flap, just slightly, and peered out. The ridge loomed above, and though I was no longer camped beside it, I could see the faint line of the tower. The watchlight was on again. Even from this distance, I saw a figure moving against the glow. My stomach turned to ice. It lingered, motionless, staring outward. And though I couldn't possibly see its face from where I lay, I felt certain it was mine. I lay frozen inside my sleeping bag, staring at that distant glow perched on the ridge like a second moon. Every instinct told me not to look, but I couldn't turn away. The tower was miles from power lines, yet its watchlight burned steady, a warm yellow against the cold branches. My stomach tightened as the figure shifted, pressing closer to the window. The movement was painfully slow, almost theatrical, as though it wanted me to see. My hand went to my lantern, but I didn't light it. Any glow from my side of the forest would feel like admission, like signaling back. For nearly an hour, I watched that light. Sometimes the figure lifted its arm, an imitation of a wave, but more often it simply stood there, still as a reflection waiting for water to ripple. When the light finally cut out, I stayed awake long after, listening for footsteps, expecting whispers against my tent. None came, only the long drag of wind through the trees. The morning arrived too bright, too cheery. Sunlight filtered through my nylon walls like liquid gold. I crawled out stiffly, muscles aching with unease. The ridge looked innocent in daylight. The tower was a harmless husk again, rusted metal ribs against a sky of scattered clouds. I made oatmeal, forcing bites past the knot in my throat. By noon, I convinced myself to hike deeper into the forest. Putting distance between myself and that structure felt like the only logical choice. The further I went, the more the ordinary world seemed to reassert itself. Squirrels darted across the path, woodpeckers hammered in the distance, and the faint rush of water threaded through the trees. Still, I couldn't shake the itch of being watched. Each time I stopped, the silence seemed to stretch unnaturally. Once I swore I heard boots echoing my stride a half beat behind, though the trail behind me lay empty. By dusk, I found a new campsite near the confluence of two streams. The water's chatter helped soothe me, a white noise to drown the memory of last night. I set my tent facing away from the ridge, telling myself if I couldn't see the tower, I couldn't be haunted by it. That night I tried to write in my notebook by lantern glow, jotting fragments of thoughts, not alone, not a dream. It knew I was there. But when the ink trembled from my unsteady grip, I snapped the book shut. I lay down, pulling the sleeping bag high, determined not to look outside, no matter what. Sometime after midnight, something changed. It wasn't light this time. It was sound. A faint creak echoed through the woods, carried on the wind. Then another, rhythmic, metallic. My blood chilled. I recognized it. The sound of the tower's stairwell groaning under weight. I squeezed my eyes shut. The steps continued, slow, deliberate, each one groaning louder as though magnified by the night. I knew it was impossible. I was miles from that ridge. And yet, the noise carried, relentless until I couldn't bear it. I unzipped the tent an inch. The forest stretched quiet, streams glittering under moonlight. The ridge was invisible beyond trees, but the sound didn't fade. It grew closer. Creak. Pause. Creak. Not behind me. Not distant. It was circling the perimeter of my camp, as though an invisible staircase had wrapped itself around my tent. The hair on my arms lifted. I held my breath, praying the sound would pass, but it lingered, spiraling tighter, boards groaning as though a phantom tower were being built around me in the dark. Then it stopped. Silence pressed in. I don't know how long I stayed rigid before exhaustion dragged me under. Morning erased it all. Birdsong carried through crisp air. My tent was surrounded by nothing but damp earth and tangled roots. No footprints, no markings. My body ached from the tension of the night before. I packed quickly. My plan was to leave the forest entirely. My vacation could be salvaged by driving south, finding another trail, another park. Anywhere but here. The ridge loomed faintly to the north, but I refused to look long. I was 3 miles into the hike-out when I spotted movement ahead. At first, I thought it was another camper. Relief rose, human company at last, but as I drew closer, my relief soared. The figure ahead wore my jacket, the exact one I was wearing. It walked with my gait, arms swinging the same way mine did when tired. I stopped. It stopped too. The trail between us was narrow, lined with ferns, too confined for tricks of light. I lifted a trembling hand. So did it. I felt my lungs lock. I didn't dare blink, certain the shape would vanish if I did. But it didn't vanish. It turned, stepping off the trail into the trees. Without thinking, I ran forward, heart hammering, but when I reached the spot, the undergrowth was unbroken. No footprints, no sound of retreating steps. I spun, certain something was behind me, but the forest stood empty. I wanted to collapse, but instinct forced me onward. I moved fast, ignoring the burn in my legs, until finally I broke through to a small parking lot, half filled with pickup trucks. Civilization. Relief nearly made me cry. I slid into my Subaru, hands trembling as I shoved the key into the ignition. I was going to leave, I told myself. I would not spend another night here. Yet as the engine rumbled awake, my gaze drifted north. Up on the ridge, impossibly far but still visible through the break-in trees, the fire tower gleamed. Its watchlight burned, bright even in daylight. And in the window, a shape leaned forward, waving. I tore my eyes away, clutching the wheel until my knuckles whitened. I drove hard, gravel spitting beneath the tires, refusing to look back. I made it half an hour down the winding mountain road before I stopped to breathe, pulling into a turnout. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I needed air, perspective. Maybe I was hallucinating from lack of sleep, from nerves. I stepped out, stretching stiff legs, letting the wind cool my face. That's when I saw it. On the rear window of my Subaru, written in fog as though traced by a fingertip, were 5 words SEEO Tona GHTEVLYN. The glass was dry, no condensation in sight. The letters gleamed faintly, sharp against the surface. I staggered back, almost tripping on loose gravel. My mouth went dry. And then, far up the mountain, carried impossibly on the wind, I heard the creak of a stairwell. I drove until the road seemed to blur, curves repeating like a nightmare looping on itself. I expected the forest to thin, for gas stations or small towns to break through the monotony. But mile after mile passed with nothing but trees pressing tight against the edges of asphalt. It didn't make sense. On my map, the ranger station should have been within 40 minutes, yet the clock on my dash insisted I had been driving for over an hour. When the first road sign appeared, I nearly cheered with relief. But the letters carved into green metal made my stomach drop. Old D Fire Itaoiar to Malas. I slammed the brakes so hard the Subaru skidded sideways, gravel spraying across the shoulder. My chest seized as I stared at the sign. I had never seen it before, and yet its arrow pointed north, back toward the ridge I had been fleeing. My hands trembled on the wheel. I forced myself to breathe, to think. Roads loop, signs weather, mistakes happen. I told myself it was a coincidence. But in my gut, I knew the forest wasn't letting me leave. I turned the car around, heart hammering, and drove back the way I had come. For a few blissful minutes, the woods opened onto views of distant hills. I recognized switchbacks I had descended earlier. Relief flickered, until I rounded another bend and nearly screamed. The tower stood ahead, perched at the end of a dirt access road. Its skeletal frame rose tall and stark, its watchlight burning steady, even under the glare of midday sun. I braked again, gravel crunching under my tires. The world tilted. I could feel it. That same creak of invisible steps, echoing faintly under the weight of something climbing. I reversed wildly, swerving until the car faced downhill. My breath came ragged, the wheels slick with sweat under my palms. Help. I needed someone to break whatever loop I was caught inside. The ranger station. McBride. It was my only chance. I tore down the mountain road, eyes darting between the windshield and rearview mirror. Every shadow between the trees seemed to ripple. At one point, I thought I saw my own reflection running beside the car, hair streaming, face twisted into a grin. I refused to look again. When the squat outline of the ranger station finally appeared, relief washed through me so fiercely I nearly sobbed. I pulled into the gravel lot, brakes squealing, and stumbled out. Inside, the air smelled of dust and pine cleaner. McBride looked up from behind the counter, eyebrows raising at my disheveled state. "You ignored me, didn't you?" he asked softly. I gripped the edge of the desk, knuckles white. What is that place? What is happening to me? His eyes flicked toward the ridge beyond the window. For a moment, he didn't speak. Then, with a sigh, he rose and shut the office door. The tower was condemned after a lightning strike in 1983, he said. No one should have been up there, but a girl was. Evelyn Carter. She'd been camping against advice, just like you. When the storm rolled in, the structure caught fire. They never recovered her body. But, he paused, his jaw tightening. People say she never left. I stared at him, blood roaring in my ears. Her name was Evelyn Carter. His gaze settled heavy on me. Yes, my legs weakened. My name too close, too sharp an echo. My voice broke. It's me up there. I saw myself. McBride's eyes softened, though his face hardened with pity. Then you've already been marked. Once she sees you, it doesn't end by walking away. I shook my head violently. No, I can leave. I can drive. I don't believe this. You can try, he said quietly. But the tower's light follows its own rules. I've warned a dozen hikers over the years. Not all of them made it out. I backed away, the office air suddenly stifling. McBride didn't chase me. His eyes held a grief that told me chasing would be useless. I fled to the Subaru, throat tight. I had to try. The road wound downward again, same as before. My speed climbed, hands gripping the wheel, so hard my fingers ached. The forest blurred, until headlights cut through fog that hadn't been there a moment before. The car screeched as I slammed the brakes. Through the haze, a structure emerged. The tower. The access road yawned wide, pulling me toward it like gravity itself had bent. I killed the engine, heart punching against my ribs. The light above flickered, steadying into a glow that spilled across the clearing. And there she was. She leaned against the window frame, hair falling in the same waves as mine, her smile a cracked reflection of my own. She lifted her hand. This time I lifted mine too. For a heartbeat, the world fell silent, as though my gesture had sealed something. Then the door at the base of the tower groaned open. I don't remember stepping out of the Subaru. I only remember the cold pulling me forward, my boots crunching gravel as if my body had been claimed. The stairs creaked underfoot, the exact sound I had heard circling my camp. Each groan echoed through marrow, a sound odor than rust and wood. Halfway up, I looked down. The forest stretched infinite, shadows swaying though no wind stirred. My car was gone. Only the tower and trees remained. I climbed. At the top, the watchroom door stood ajar. Warm yellow light spilled across the platform. My hand shook as I pushed it open. Inside, the air smelled of smoke and rain. A desk sat scorched, maps curling into blackened edges, and standing by the window, facing me with unbearable familiarity, was myself. She smiled, wide and patient. Her eyes, my eyes, gleamed with something colder than reflection. "You came," she said. Her voice was mine, but layered, as if two versions spoke in harmony. I tried to step back, but the door slammed shut behind me. She moved closer, the light brightening until it stung my eyes. Her skin shimmered like heat mirage, blurring at the edges. "You don't understand," she whispered. "You've always been here." I shook my head, throat tight. "No, I'm alive. I'm Evelyn Carr. I have a job, a home, a life." She tilted her head, pity soft on her face. "Names change. You were Carter once. You'll be her again." The floor shifted beneath me. Firelight flickered along blackened walls, the smell of burning wood thickening until I gagged. Smoke rose, choking. I stumbled to the window, desperate for air. The forest below wasn't the forest anymore. It was ash. Blackened trunks stretched like bones. And within the haze, countless figures moved. Duplicates of hikers, campers, people whose faces flickered between strangers and my own. Each one turned toward the tower, their arms lifting in a wave. "No," I whispered. The other me stepped closer, her hand pressing against my chest. Her palm was cold as stone. "It doesn't hurt," she promised. "It's only a return." I felt the floor buckle, fire roaring louder. My lungs burned, vision blurring with smoke. Her face was the last thing I saw. My face smiling as the watchlight blazed white. And then, silence. I don't know if I woke or if I never left. But sometimes, when the forest goes still, and the ridge is cloaked in dark, I feel the tower shift beneath my feet. I lean against the glass, watching the clearing below. And there, through the trees, I see a camper step into view. She looks just like me. I lift my hand and wave. My name is Nolan Price, and I have always considered myself a careful man. I am 32 years old, employed as a surveyor, and accustomed to working in environments where a single misstep can cost both time and safety. Perhaps that is why I find myself compelled to put this account into words with clarity and precision, for it is not only a recollection but also a warning. I cannot pretend to explain what happened to me with any certainty. but I will recount it as accurately as I can, without embellishment, exactly as I experienced it. The incident began when I decided to take a short trip alone into the mountains of western Pennsylvania. I had spent much of my adult life camping recreationally, though not often by myself. This time, however, I wanted solitude, a reprieve from the dull repetition of work and the faint but unrelenting ache of isolation that had begun to creep into my daily existence. I thought that a weekend in nature, without emails, phone calls, or the constant hum of traffic outside my apartment, might restore some equilibrium. I left my car parked at a small gravel turnout along a forest road and hiked a mile or so down to a creek I had marked on my topographic map. It was a modest stream, no more than 15 feet across at its widest point, its water clear and fast, moving, rolling over rounded stones and fallen branches. The forest pressed close on both sides, oaks and sycamores leaning overhead. And in the early evening light, the entire valley seemed hushed, except for the ceaseless murmur of running water. I chose a spot along a bend where the creek widened and slowed slightly, forming a shallow pool before continuing its restless journey downstream. The ground was mostly level, carpeted with moss and leaf litter, with a view of the creek only a few steps away. It struck me as a perfect campsite. I pitched my small tent, staked it firmly into the ground, and prepared a modest fire with the dry twigs and branches scattered nearby. As I worked, I noticed something peculiar about the air beside the creek. It felt heavy, almost charged, the way it sometimes does before a thunderstorm, though the sky was clear and tinged with pink from the sinking sun. The sensation was subtle enough that I dismissed it as simple fatigue from the hike. That night, I ate a plain dinner of jerky and crackers, then sat watching the fire until it burned down to embers. The creek's voice filled the silence, and I felt oddly lulled by its rhythm, though the heaviness in the air persisted. When at last I crawled into my tent and lay down on my thin sleeping pad, the sound of water rushing just outside was both soothing and faintly oppressive, like a constant whisper I could not quite tune out. I drifted to sleep. Sometime deep into the night, I stirred. I was not certain why. My dreams had been vivid, though I could not recall them in detail, only fragments, faces half seen, movements beneath a surface I could not pierce. I sat up groggily and immediately noticed something strange. The tent floor was damp. At first, I assumed a leak or condensation, but when I pressed my palm to the ground sheet, it yielded under my weight in a way it should not have. Cold liquid seeped up around my hand, and as I blinked in the dark, I realized the floor of the tent was covered by a thin layer of water. I reached for my lantern, switched it on, and the beam revealed a rippling surface surrounding me. Water. It was not merely dampness or spilled canteen. The inside of my tent was filled ankle, deep with creek water, shimmering, as though a shallow pool had materialized within. My gear floated slightly, my spare socks bobbing, the corner of my sleeping bag soaking through. The most impossible part, however, was that the water was only inside the tent. I unzipped the door and peered outside. The ground beyond was dry, untouched, with only a few scattered dewdrops glinting on the moss. The creek itself, just yards away, remained at the same level it had been when I pitched camp. Yet within the nylon walls of my tent, the water sloshed as if the stream had crept in secretly and decided to remain. A chill prickled along my neck. I splashed my hand through the water, half expecting it to vanish like some hallucination, but it was cold and real. I sat frozen for several minutes, too disoriented to decide whether to pack up immediately or investigate further. My rational mind insisted there must be an explanation. A leak from underground, perhaps. But my instincts whispered something else entirely, something for which I had no language. Then, as I crouched in silence, I saw movement. Something stirred beneath the water's surface. Faint at first, a pale ripple that had from one side of the tent to the other. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The water was shallow, yet the shape glided effortlessly, disturbing the reflections of the lantern's glow. I leaned closer, squinting. A face surfaced, not fully, only enough for me to recognize the contours, the suggestion of a nose, lips, and eyes blurred by rippling water. But in that instant, I knew with absolute certainty whose face it was. It was my own reflection, except it did not mirror me. The mouth opened underwater, releasing bubbles that burst at the surface, though I had not spoken. The eyes blinked in a rhythm not my own. And then, with an eerie grace, the figure submerged again, vanishing into the small, impossible pool that should not have existed. Panic surged through me. I scrambled out of the tent, splashing through the water, and stumbled onto the dry forest floor. My lantern beam jerked wildly, casting mad shadows across the trees. My chest heaved as I gulped the cool night air, desperately trying to convince myself I had only imagined it. Perhaps I had been half dreaming. Perhaps it was some trick of reflection, light, and exhaustion. But when I turned back toward the tent, the water still glimmered within, and faint ripples moved across its surface, though nothing touched it. I did not return to sleep that night. Instead, I sat by the cold ashes of my fire, clutching the lantern until my hand cramped, watching the tent from a wary distance. The forest seemed unnaturally silent, as though all living things had withdrawn, leaving only the constant, ceaseless rush of the creek. Time crawled, each minute stretching unbearably, until at last the black sky softened, and the first gray light of dawn bled through the trees. With daylight, the tent appeared normal once more. When I approached cautiously and pulled back the flap, I found only damp fabric and soaked gear. The water had receded entirely, leaving behind a clammy smell and a chill that lingered in the air. For a long while, I stood there, torn between disbelief and dread. Had I truly witnessed what I thought I had? Or had fatigue twisted my perceptions into a nightmare that clung stubbornly into waking hours? I wrung out my sleeping bag as best I could and spread it on a nearby rock to dry. The sun filtered through the branches above, warming my skin, and gradually the forest regained its natural chorus. Birdsong, the distant chatter of squirrels, the ordinary sounds of life returning. These things reassured me, yet they also made the memory of the night feel even more alien, as though I had briefly stepped outside the ordinary world and been forced back against my will. Still, unease remained. Each time I glanced at the creek, its water glittering innocently, I could not shake the image of my own face rising pale and strange from within. My reflection in the stream that morning looked normal enough, but I studied it with suspicion, searching for any flicker of independence, any trace of delay. None appeared, though my gut told me not to trust it. I considered packing up and leaving immediately, but pride and stubbornness stopped me. I had hiked here for solitude, for the satisfaction of a weekend away from the rest of the world. To flee after only one night felt cowardly, and I convinced myself that the safest course was to remain calm, to watch, and to test reality against my own nerves. That day passed uneventfully. I explored upstream, following the creek as it narrowed into a rocky gorge, and downstream where it joined a wider river. I noted flora, geological features, and sketched a few outlines in my notebook, as if performing the simple tasks of a surveyor could restore order to my unsettled thoughts. Nothing unusual happened, though once, when I bent to refill my canteen, I thought I saw something pale shift just beneath the surface. The water ran too fast for certainty, and when I blinked, the shape was gone. By late afternoon, I had almost convinced myself that I had overreacted, that the water in my tent had been the result of some natural quirk I could not yet identify. Still, as the sun began its slow descent, and the forest once again dimmed, I felt the same heavy pressure in the air return, the charged stillness that had unsettled me before. And when night fell, I realized that whatever had come for me once had not finished. When the forest darkened again, I tried to prepare myself differently. I built the fire higher, fed it steadily with split branches, and moved my gear closer to the flames, if the light could somehow protect it. My tent still stood where I had left it, dry throughout the day, though its nylon walls seemed to hold a faint, damp sheen, as though moisture clung to them even under sun. I told myself I would not sleep inside. Instead, I would stay outside by the fire, eyes open, and see for myself whether the strange flooding would return. Hours crept past. The forest shifted into its nighttime rhythm. The occasional rustle of leaves, the low croak of frogs near the creek, the occasional wing beat in the shadows overhead. I kept watch, stiff with tension, listening to every crack and whisper. The firelight danced in restless shapes, and the creek's voice threaded through all other sounds, steady and endless. Then I heard it, the faint splash of water inside the tent. I did not move at first. I only listened, my heart beat loud in my ears. The splash came again, unmistakable, like someone stirring gently in a shallow pool. I rose slowly, lantern in hand, and approached. The nylon surface glowed faintly from within, distorted by rippling movement. I crouched and pulled the zipper just enough to peer inside. Water filled the tent once more, deeper this time, up to the level of my sleeping pad, which floated half, submerged like a raft. And in the lantern's dim glow, I saw movement beneath the surface. The face surfaced again. My face. It was clearer now. Unmistakably mine, yet wrong in subtle ways. The skin too pale, the eyes slightly too wide. The mouth working soundlessly beneath the water, as though forming words I could not hear. The reflection, if it was that at all, did not mimic me. Its head turned on its own, lips curling into a faint smile that never reached the eyes. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping the lantern. The figure's hand rose then, pale and identical to mine, pressing flat against the nylon wall from the inside. The fabric bulged outward under the pressure, droplets forming and running down as though the barrier between worlds were paper, thin. I snapped the zipper shut, stepped back to the fire, and stood shaking. The tent trembled faintly as ripples crossed the water inside. I stayed outside until dawn. The pattern repeated. Each night the water returned, each night deeper, and each time the pale version of myself moved more boldly beneath the surface. On the third night, I awoke to find the water, not only in the tent, but seeping outward, creeping across the mossy ground, toward where I lay by the fire. I scrambled up onto a fallen log and watched as a thin film of water spread in unnatural rivulets. though the creek itself remained unchanged. That night I heard the voice. It was my own voice, echoing faintly as though carried through water. It whispered my name again and again. The syllables stretched and distorted. Newlin. Newulin. Each time it grew clearer, until it seemed to be speaking just behind my ear. I spun in circles, lantern shaking in my grip, but there was nothing there. Only the tent with its impossible pool, and the pale version of myself watching silently from within. By morning, the ground dried once more, leaving no trace. My firewood was soggy, my gear damp, my nerves frayed nearly to breaking. I considered abandoning everything, leaving the tent, the gear, even my pack, and sprinting back to the car. But each time I prepared to do so, something stopped me. Perhaps it was disbelief, some stubborn refusal to accept that I had truly encountered what I thought I had. Perhaps it was fascination, a dangerous pull to witness just a little more. Or perhaps the thing itself had some hold on me already, a current tugging me back when I tried to step away. On the fourth day, I attempted to fight back. I spent hours hauling rocks from the creek bed and piling them around the tent, building a crude barrier. I dug a shallow trench to divert any water that might appear, though logic told me this was useless against something that defied logic itself. I worked until my hands blistered, sweat streaking down my face, and when I finally collapsed beside the fire that evening, exhaustion dulled my fear. But night does not respect preparation. The water came anyway. When I looked inside the tent, the stones and trenches meant nothing. The water had risen to my knees now, and the figure inside stood fully upright, half submerged. It was me, exactly me, yet the longer I looked, the more I noticed the differences. The movements were just slightly delayed, like a lagging reflection. The smile was too wide, stretching the skin at the corners of the mouth. And the eyes, they did not blink in unison. I stared into my own face as it tilted its head, regarding me with an expression I could not name. Then it lifted a hand again and pressed it to the tent wall. This time the fabric bulged outward more violently, water spraying through tiny seams, droplets landing on my wrist. I legged back, heart hammering, as the voice came again. This time not whispered but spoken clearly, perfectly in my own tongue. Let me out. I did not sleep that night. I could not. I sat rigid by the fire, the words echoing in my mind. Let me out. The demand was simple, and the implication was unbearable. By morning, the water was gone. The ground was dry. The tent sagged with dampness, but the figure was nowhere to be seen. I thought about leaving again, but by then the idea of turning my back on it terrified me more than staying. What if it followed me? What if I returned home only to find my apartment flooded, my mirror filled with something watching? So I stayed, trapped by dread and an inexplicable tether I could not cut. The fifth night was the worst. I woke to find the fire completely drowned, the logs hissing beneath a sheen of water that stretched across the entire clearing. My lantern beam revealed shallow ripples, spreading outward in every direction, reflecting the twisted shapes of trees. I scrambled onto the same fallen log I had used before, my boots splashing, but the water rose steadily even there. The tent bulged grotesquely, its walls distended as though filled beyond capacity. And then the fabric split. With a tearing sound, water gushed outward, flooding the ground around me. I staggered back, nearly falling, as the figure emerged. It stepped through the ragged opening, dripping and pale, water cascading from its shoulders. It stood upright, its form identical to mine down to the last detail. The same clothes, the same lantern dangling from its hand, though its flame glowed an unnatural blue. Its eyes locked onto mine, and for the first time I felt an unbearable certainty. This was not a reflection, not a dream, but something that wanted to replace me. It smiled again, the stretched grin of my own face made monstrous, and began to walk toward me. Each step sent ripples across the shallow flood. I stumbled backward, my breath ragged, unsure whether to run or confront it. My lantern beam jittered across its features, and in that flickering light, I saw my own movements mirrored back at me. Every tremor of fear, every staggered breath. Except slightly ahead, as though it already knew what I would do. I turned and ran. Branches whipped against my arms as I crashed through the forest, water splashing at my heels. I did not know where I was going, only away. The sound of footsteps followed, splashing in perfect rhythm with mine. Always just a fraction closer than they should have been. I reached the creek, leapt across the narrowest part, and scrambled up the opposite bank. For a moment I dared to look back. The figure stood in the water, still smiling, the blue lantern casting unnatural shadows across the trees. It did not pursue further, but its gaze followed me unblinking, until I stumbled deeper into the woods and collapsed, gasping. I spent the rest of the night perched on a rock outcrop, too afraid to close my eyes. The water never reached me there, though I heard its movements below. The faint lap and splash, the soft whisper of my own voice calling up through the dark. By dawn, the forest looked ordinary again. The creek flowed calmly. The clearing where my tent had been appeared untouched, except for damp soil and torn fabric. My gear lay scattered, soaked and ruined, but otherwise unremarkable. If not for the clawing exhaustion in my body and the memory burning in my mind, I might have doubted it had happened at all. But I know what I saw. I know what walked out of that tent. And I know it is not finished with me. I did not know how long I sat on that rock outcrop after the sun rose. Hours, perhaps. My thoughts moved sluggishly, dulled by fatigue. But beneath that haze was a sharp core of fear that would not let me rest. Each sound of the forest, every bird call, every crack of a branch made me flinch. I scanned the trees constantly, convinced that any moment I would see my pale double, stepping silently between the trunks. Eventually, I forced myself back down to the clearing. My tent lay collapsed in a heap, its fabric torn and sagging. The ground was still damp, though no sign of standing water remained. My gear was ruined beyond use. Sleeping bag sodden, food supply scattered and soaked. Clothing heavy with moisture that stank, faintly of mildew though only days had passed. I could not remain. I gathered what little I could salvage. My map, compass, knife, and the notebook in which I had sketched. The pages were warped and blurred, but still legible in places. I left the rest behind. My only thought now was to reach the car and leave this place behind me, even if I had to hike through exhaustion and hunger. The trail back was not difficult in daylight. I knew the way, and the map confirmed it. Yet with every step I felt watched. My own shadow unnerved me. When I paused beside the creek to drink, I avoided looking too long at my reflection. Once, as I bent to fill the canteen, I caught a glimpse of another face in the water, a pale twin staring up at me. I dropped the canteen at once and hurried on without it. The further I went, the stranger the forest seemed to grow. Landmarks I had noted before. The mossy boulder shaped like a chair, the hollow tree near a fork in the path, appeared slightly altered, as if shifted in angle or proportion. At one point I swore I had passed the same fallen log twice, though I had walked in a straight line. My compass needle spun uselessly, quivering in circles. I began to suspect that I was not leaving at all. By late afternoon, hunger gnawed at me and my legs trembled with fatigue. I should have reached the road by then, but instead I found myself descending into another valley, another bend of the same creek. The sight of that familiar water made my stomach lurch. It flowed calmly, glittering in the sunlight, but I knew better than to trust it. Still, I followed its course. Creeks lead to rivers, rivers to roads or settlements. That logic was my only guide now. But as dusk thickened, I began to hear it again. The faint echo of my name carried in the rush of water. Nolan. I froze, my skin crawling. The sound was woven seamlessly into the creek's babble, as though it had always been there, waiting for me to notice. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it did not help. The voice was inside my head as much as outside. When night fell, I knew I could not keep moving. My body was too weak, my legs threatening to give way beneath me. I found a patch of ground slightly raised above the creek and sat there, back against a tree, clutching my knife, though I knew it was useless. I did not build a fire. I feared what the light might draw. The darkness thickened, oppressive and alive. The voice grew louder. Sometimes it called my name in a whisper. Sometimes it laughed softly in my own tone. Sometimes it repeated phrases I had spoken in the past, words pulled from memory and distorted by the water's cadence. Then I saw it again. Across the creek, on the opposite bank, stood my double. It was clearer than ever, perfectly illuminated by the pale wash of moonlight. It stood motionless, arms at its sides, watching me. No lantern this time, no distortion of water between us. Just my own face staring back with a faint, unreadable smile. I could not move. My limbs locked as if bound by invisible chains. The figure tilted its head, mirroring the angle I had taken unconsciously, and then its mouth moved. I did not hear sound, but I understood the words all the same. You cannot leave. The flood came silently. One moment, the creek trickled at its normal level. The next, a surge of water spread across the banks, rushing toward me with unnatural speed. I scrambled to my feet, climbing the tree behind me, clutching at branches like a drowning man. Within seconds, the ground, where I had been sitting, was submerged, the water rising higher and higher, until only the topmost branches of shrubs jutted above it. The figure stood calmly in the center of the flood, unaffected, its pale face steady above the rushing surface. Its eyes locked on mine, and I felt a terrible pressure in my chest, as though my heartbeat no longer belonged to me. I do not remember how I survived that night. I clung to the tree until dawn, shivering, soaked by mist and spray, half delirious with fear and exhaustion. When the sun finally rose, the water was gone. The ground was damp but passable. The figure had vanished. I staggered onward with no plan except to keep moving. My mind felt frayed edges unraveling. Time blurred. I do not know if I walked for hours or days. I only know that at last, impossibly, I stumbled onto the gravel turnout, where my car still waited. Relief nearly broke me. I fumbled with the keys, climbed inside, and started the engine with trembling hands. The moment the tires hit pavement, I wept, loud, racking sobs that left me gasping. I drove without pause until the forest was miles behind me. But even now, I am not free. At home, in the safety of my apartment, I tried to convince myself it had all been hallucination. stress, lack of sleep, bad water, some breakdown of the mind. Yet the signs remain. When I shower, the steam fogs the mirror, and sometimes my reflection lingers a heartbeat, too long after I move. When I wash my hands, the water ripples as though disturbed from below. At night I wake to the sound of dripping, though no leak exists. 2 days ago, I found my bathroom floor wet, though the faucet had not been used. In the puddle, faint impressions of bare feet, my own, led to the mirror and stopped. Last night I dreamed of the creek again. The figure stood in the water, smiling, and whispered, "Soon." I fear it has followed me, carried in the water itself. Perhaps I never left that forest at all. Perhaps I only stepped into its reflection of me, and the real Nolan Price is still clinging to that tree, screaming silently as the water closes over his head. Even now, as I write these words, I hear it. The faint splash of movement in my kitchen sink, the whisper of my name carried through the pipes. I know what it wants. It wants to be me. And I am not certain it hasn't already succeeded. My name is Harper Lowe. I have always carried a certain respect for the wilderness, the kind that comes not from childhood wonder, but from the uneasy knowledge that the woods, for all their quiet beauty, do not need me in order to exist. They breathe and shift with or without people, and the older I get, the more convinced I become that they might even prefer it that way. Still, I camp whenever I can. It is an odd contradiction I have with my whole life. An attraction to solitude wrapped in an awareness that the silence beyond the tree line is not truly empty. That contradiction became sharper and far less abstract during a trip one October when my friends and I stumbled into something we should have left untouched. There were 4 of us that weekend: myself, my closest friend Daniel, his girlfriend Elise, and her younger brother Jordan. We were not reckless in the sense that some campers are. We had a proper map, we checked the weather forecast, and we carried more food than we were likely to need. Daniel had a knack for tying efficient knots. Elise had a steady hand with the camp stove. And Jordan, though younger and more restless than the rest of us, had a curiosity that kept spirits high when miles dragged on. We planned to follow an old logging road into the northern woods, cut cross country toward a lake Daniel swore was perfect for fishing, and spend 3 nights before looping back out. It was a modest plan, unremarkable even, and that is partly why none of us were prepared for what we found waiting. The first day was ordinary enough. Our packs grew heavy before the sun set. Our boots were caked in mud from low, lying bog patches, and a mild ache had crept into my shoulders by the time we settled into camp. I remember feeling grateful for the fire, the way it drew us closer as the air cooled, and for a time the evening was simple. Daniel told stories he had heard from his grandfather about wolves returning to the region. Elise laughed each time. Jordan pretended to howl in response. We ate beans straight from the pot and toasted marshmallows over the crackling logs. It was the sort of night you imagine when you think of camping. Warm, tired, a little smoky, and threaded with easy conversation. It was not until the second afternoon that everything changed. We had packed early, our tent poles slick with dew, and marched north through a stretch of uneven terrain where the ground dipped unpredictably. By mid-day, the map suggested, we were only a mile or so from the lake, though the terrain made the distance deceptive. Daniel walked ahead with the compass, Elise behind him, Jordan beside me humming under his breath. That was when we noticed it. The faint trace of smoke curling against the sky. At first, we thought nothing of it. Another group of campers, surely. Maybe positioned at the lakeside before us. Yet as we pushed through the undergrowth and followed the scent of wood smoke, unease began to creep along my skin. There was no laughter, no clatter of cookware or voices. The smoke rose in a steady line, unaccompanied by the usual signals of human presence. When the trees thinned, the source revealed itself. In a clearing not far from the lake sat an abandoned campsite. 3 tents had been pitched neatly in a semicircle around a blackened fire pit. Gear lay scattered across logs, a half unzipped pack, a flashlight, a folded jacket. What struck me first, and most forcefully, was that nothing looked weathered. These things had not been sitting here for days or weeks. The ground sheet beneath one tent still carried the damp sheen of fresh condensation. The camp stove was warm to the touch when Daniel crouched to examine it. The air smelled faintly of stew, though no pot remained above the fire. We stood in silence for a long while, each of us aware that something here was deeply wrong. Abandoned campsites are not unusual. People pack in a hurry, decide to move on, or leave gear behind by accident. But warmth implied presence, and presence without people suggested only one of 2 possibilities. They had left moments before, or something had removed them. Jordan broke the silence with a half-joking comment about horror movies, but his voice cracked slightly, betraying nerves. Elise whispered that perhaps they had gone to fetch water from the lake. Daniel frowned and walked a slow circle, scanning the ground for footprints. He found them, deep impressions leading away from the tents, but they stopped abruptly only a dozen yards into the trees, as though the people had vanished mid-stride. The rational explanation, we told ourselves, was that the trail grew faint on the mossy soil, and we had simply lost it. Yet even saying this aloud did not convince any of us. The air was too still. The clearing felt staged, as if arranged for our arrival. Against my better judgment, we decided to stay nearby that night. The sun was already lowering, and none of us relished the idea of fumbling blindly through unfamiliar terrain in the dark. Daniel insisted we set our own camp apart from the abandoned one, 50 or so yards deeper into the trees, where we would not have to stare directly at those silent tents. It felt safer, though safety was an illusion I clung to rather than something I believed. The hours after sunset stretched long and uneasy. The forest seemed louder than usual, every rustle exaggerated, every crack of branch sharp. We avoided speaking about the other camp, instead filling time with idle talk that never quite found its footing. I tried reading by headlamp, but found myself checking the darkness too often to absorb any words. Elise busied herself with boiling water for tea. Jordan, normally so restless, fell quiet, his gaze flicking often toward the direction of the clearing. Sometime near midnight, I awoke to sound. At first I thought it was wind stirring fabric, the ordinary flex and shift of nylon in a breeze. But the air was still, and when I held my breath the noise sharpened a whisper, low and stretched, threading syllables too soft to understand. I froze. My eyes adjusted to the dim interior of the tent, shadowed by the outline of Daniel beside me, still breathing slow with sleep. The whisper came again, and with it a faint rustle, like fingers sliding against fabric. I eased up on one elbow. Through the thin nylon I could see the shapes of the other tents we had pitched. Elise and Jordan in theirs, Daniel and I in ours. But the sound did not come from them. It drifted from the direction of the abandoned campsite. Whispers, plural now, weaving together. My stomach turned cold. Curiosity can be a curse. Against reason, I slipped from my sleeping bag, careful not to wake Daniel, and unzipped the flap just enough to peer outside. Moonlight painted the clearing in a pale wash. Between the dark tree trunks, I could just glimpse the abandoned camp. The tents there were shifting, fabric stirring inward as though pressed by unseen hands. The whispers grew distinct then, their cadence urgent. "Unzip us." My throat went dry. The words came clearly this time, not once but in overlapping voices. "Unzip us, please. Unzip." I stumbled back into the tent and yanked the zipper closed with shaking hands. My breath caught loud enough to wake Daniel. He stirred, mumbled, then caught sight of my face and sat upright. I whispered what I had heard, half ashamed at how mad it sounded, but the conviction in my voice left no room for disbelief. Elise stirred soon after, calling softly from her tent that she too had heard voices. Jordan's whisper joined hers. He had been awake, listening, too afraid to move. None of us slept again that night. We huddled close, every small sound magnified, waiting for dawn. The voices continued in waves, rising and falling, coaxing us with a politeness that cut sharper than any threat. When at last the first gray light seeped between the trees, the whispering stopped. Not faded, stopped. The silence afterward felt almost violent. When we dared to look, the abandoned tents were still again, their fabric unmoving, their presence absurdly ordinary in daylight. Nothing marked them as unusual, nothing but the fact that they remained, waiting. Daniel wanted to pack and leave immediately. Elise argued that daylight meant safety. Jordan only stared, wide-eyed, saying nothing. I stood among them, torn between disbelief and dread, knowing already that whatever answer we sought would not be comforting. The morning brought little comfort. Light dulled the edge of fear, but did not erase it. I stood in the clearing, staring at the abandoned tents, as if waiting for some visible clue to explain the night. Their nylon walls sagged in perfect stillness, ordinary against the backdrop of trees. Yet I could not unhear the voices. They clung to me like cobwebs, echoing in my mind, every syllable too sharp to dismiss as dream. Daniel insisted we break camp quickly. His movements were brisk, almost angry, as though speed could force the memory from existence. Elise moved slower, packing with distracted hands, her eyes drifting often toward the other campsite. Jordan lingered most of all, hovering between the two sites, as though some unspoken pull drew him closer. When I called his name, he startled like someone waking. We debated whether to leave altogether or continue toward the lake. Daniel wanted out, no compromise. Elise argued that we had come too far to abandon the trip, that the strange voices might have been tricks of fatigue, wind, or imagination. Jordan said little, but when pressed, muttered that he thought maybe the owners of the gear would return, and that we might find answers by waiting. I listened torn. Fear pressed hard against my ribs, but some stubborn curiosity, perhaps the same contradiction that always drew me to wild places, kept me from siding fully with Daniel. In the end, we chose a compromise. We would move closer to the lake, putting distance between us and the abandoned camp, but remain long enough to fish and rest. None of us said it aloud, but I knew we hoped distance alone might dull whatever haunted the clearing. The hike to the lake was short. Trees thinned to reveal water, stretched like dark glass beneath the sky, its surface unbroken by wind. We set up on a narrow shore where flat rocks jutted toward the water. Daniel cast his line with practiced ease. Elise busied herself arranging food. Jordan sat near the edge, tossing pebbles that plunked softly into the lake. I tried to relax, but the forest had changed for me. Every sound carried weight. The ripple of water against shore felt deliberate. The caw of a distant crow struck my ears, as warning rather than background. When Jordan asked if I thought the other campers might have drowned in the lake, I snapped too sharply, telling him not to joke. He fell silent, chastised, though his gaze lingered on the still water as if searching for movement. We caught no fish. After an hour of effort, Daniel reeled an empty line and cursed under his breath. Elise suggested lunch instead, though none of us had much appetite. My stomach churned with unease, food turning to ash in my mouth. When a breeze stirred the treetops, I nearly flinched, half expecting the whispers to return. But there was nothing. That afternoon we explored further along the lakeshore, careful not to lose sight of one another. The woods felt too close, the silence too heavy. At one point Elise stopped abruptly, pointing to the ground. There, pressed into damp soil, lay a footprint. Not ours. It was too large, the heel too deep, as though someone heavier had passed recently. It faced toward the lake, but, like the prints Daniel had seen near the clearing, it stopped abruptly after only a few steps. No continuation, no return. Just absence. We returned to camp unsettled. Daniel grew more agitated, muttering about leaving before nightfall. Elise argued again, softer this time, her conviction eroded. Jordan drifted in and out of conversation. Distracted, his attention snagged on the tree line. I wanted to leave but could not bring myself to speak the words. Some irrational instinct whispered that turning back would not free us, that the only path lay forward. When evening fell, dread returned with it. We built a fire, though the crackle of flames offered little comfort. Shadows grew long across the water. I caught myself glancing often over my shoulder, half expecting to see figures approaching from the abandoned camp. But the forest remained empty. We tried to keep conversation light. Daniel told a story about his grandfather's hunting trips. Elise asked trivia questions, forcing cheer. Jordan hummed tunelessly. Yet silence crept back, heavier each time. I watched flames dance and thought of the voices, polite and pleading, asking only to be unzipped. The simplicity of it unsettled me more than any threat could have. When we finally retired to our tents, I lay awake listening. For a time there was only the ordinary sound of wind stirring branches, water lapping against shore. My heart began to slow. Perhaps the voices belonged only to that clearing, bound to those abandoned tents. Perhaps we were safe here. Then came the sound of zippers. It started faint from somewhere in the distance, like fabric teeth parting, slow and deliberate. I held my breath. Again, zidgish peep. This time closer. My skin prickled. I turned toward Daniel, but he was already sitting up, eyes wide in the dim. Across camp I heard Elise whisper sharply, calling Jordan's name. He did not answer. The zipper sound came once more, now unmistakably near. I scrambled out of the sleeping bag, fumbling for the tent flap. Outside, firelight had burned low to embers, casting only a weak glow. Shadows stretched long and strange. Elise was kneeling outside her tent, frantic, her flashlight beam cutting wildly through the trees. Daniel emerged beside me, clutching a pocket knife. "Jordan's gone," Elise said, voice high with panic. My blood turned cold. His tent lay open, empty. The zipper hung loose, teeth parted neatly, as though opened from within. But we had heard it open only moments ago. We searched the immediate area, calling his name, sweeping our lights over brush and tree trunks. No answer. The forest swallowed every sound. The lake lay flat and silent, no ripples to betray movement. My throat tightened as I remembered Jordan staring at the tree line. His distracted silence all day. When at last we turned back toward the tents, something stopped me. From the direction of the abandoned camp, faint but clear, drifted a voice. Jordan's voice. Harper, it called. Elise. Daniel, come help me. Elise sobbed, half rising as if to run toward it, but Daniel grabbed her arm. That's not him, he hissed. His face was pale, jaw tight, but his grip was steady. Don't you hear it? It's wrong. I did hear it. The cadence was off, too even, too measured, as if repeating a line rehearsed. The voice called again, louder now's own Zip. Please, help me. The words twisted my gut. They were the same words we had heard whispered the night before. Only now they wore Jordan's voice like a mask. We argued in hushed panic. Elise wanted to run to him. She could not bear leaving her brother. Daniel swore it was a trap, that following would doom us all. I stood between them, torn, my thoughts fractured by fear. Part of me wanted to rush into the trees, to cling to any hope that Jordan still lived. But another part, deeper and colder, knew the truth whatever called to us was not him. The voice grew more insistent, closer each time. Unzip. Help me. The last word stretched unnaturally drawn, long like a hiss. Elise wrenched free of Daniel's grip, staggering a step toward the sound. I lunged and caught her arm, whispering feebly that she could not go. Tears streamed down her face. She whispered back that if we left him, we were monsters. Then silence. Sudden, absolute. The voice cut off mid-syllable, leaving only the crackle of cooling embers. The forest held its breath. We waited, trembling, but nothing more came. At last Daniel forced us back into the tents, though sleep was impossible. We huddled together, blades and flashlights clutched tight, waiting for dawn. Every creak of branch, every sigh of wind set nerves alight. I thought of Jordan, of his empty tent, of the polite insistence in the borrowed voice. The question pressed heavy in my chest. Had we abandoned him, or had something already claimed him? When morning came, his trail was gone. No footprints, no broken branches. His pack lay inside the empty tent, untouched. Only the zipper, parted neatly, marked his absence. Elise collapsed into quiet sobs. Daniel cursed under his breath, pacing like a caged animal. I stared at the empty space where Jordan had been, knowing we faced a choice. Stay and risk whatever hunted us, or leave and admit we had lost him forever. Neither choice felt survivable. Morning light filtered weakly through the trees, but it did not feel like relief. The forest seemed heavier, as though the air itself pressed down on us. Jordan was gone, leaving only his gear and the memory of a voice that had not belonged to him. Elise refused to pack at first. She sat on the ground near his empty tent, her face streaked with dirt and tears, muttering that he might return if we just waited. Daniel paced nearby, fists clenched, torn between anger and despair. I stood frozen, staring at the zipper that hung open, teeth parted in a neat line like a wound. Eventually, survival forced us forward. Daniel told Elise we had to leave. His voice cracked, but his determination was absolute. If we stay here, we die, he said, his eyes fixed on the tree line. Jordan's gone. I don't know what took him, but it'll come for us next if we don't move. Elise argued, screamed, begged. The forest absorbed her grief with cruel indifference. At last she relented, though her face was hollow, her steps sluggish as we began to pack. I felt no relief in the decision, only guilt heavy in my chest. Every snapped twig underfoot sounded like accusation. We headed south, away from the lake, away from the abandoned camp. The map crumpled in Daniel's hand as he guided us along the rough path. Sunlight filtered through leaves in fractured beams, but nothing felt alive. No birdsong, no squirrels darting across our path. Only silence, deep and suffocating. By midday, fatigue gnawed at us. We paused on a ridge, water bottles nearly empty, stomachs too knotted for food. Elise whispered that she heard Jordan's voice again. Daniel snapped at her, but I saw fear in his eyes. Fear that she was right. Fear that the forest itself carried Jordan now, repeating him like an echo. I kept quiet, though I too thought. I heard faint syllables drifting with the breeze. The woods thickened as afternoon waned. Our progress slowed. My legs ached, but worse was the growing sense of being watched. It was not paranoia in the ordinary sense. The feeling was precise, centered, as though a gaze tracked each movement. Whenever I glanced over my shoulder, trees stared back in rows too straight, shadows too deep. We tried not to speak of it, yet silence was worse. At one point Elise whispered, "Do you think he's still alive?" Her voice cracked on the last word. Daniel did not answer. I wanted to offer comfort, but the truth lodged like ice in my throat. As daylight bled toward evening, we found ourselves circling. The ridge we had left hours ago loomed ahead once more. Panic rippled through us. Daniel cursed, insisting the compass must be faulty. Elise said nothing, her eyes wide with dread. I checked my own watch, my bearings, and realized with horror that we had been walking in a near-perfect loop. The forest had folded in on itself, guiding us back. That night, we had no choice but to camp again. We built no fire, fearing the light might draw whatever hunted us. The cold pressed in, damp seeping into bones. We huddled together in one tent, Daniel on one side, Elise on the other, myself in between. None of us spoke of Jordan, though his absence filled the space like a shadow. It was deep in the night when the voices returned. Soft at first, drifting like mist between the trees. Not whispers this time, but clear and distinct, layered in harmony. Jordan's voice led them. He called our names, polite and calm. Hopper, Elise. Daniel. Please, come unzip. The words threaded through the nylon, brushing against my skin like cold fingers. Elise began to sob, muffled into her sleeve. Daniel pressed his hand over her mouth, his own face pale with terror. We stayed rigid, listening. The voices multiplied. Dozens now, rising and falling, each pleading in the same careful cadence. Please, help us, unzip. Some voices I recognized, though I could not say from where. A classmate from years ago, a neighbor long dead. Even my own father's tone, too exact to dismiss. My heart thudded painfully. I bit my lip until I tasted blood, fighting the urge to answer. Yet Elise could not bear it. She tore free of Daniel's hand and shouted into the night, her voice breaking. "Where is my brother? What have you done to him?" The voices answered in unison, chilling in their calm. Inside, waiting. Unzip. The tent shuddered as if struck by wind, though the air was still. Fabric pressed inward, bulging as unseen hands traced the seams. Fingers, too many, too long, dragged slowly across the nylon, pausing at the zipper. The metal teeth rattled faintly. Daniel lunged, pinning the zipper pull with both hands, his knuckles white. "Don't," he whispered through clenched teeth. as if speaking to the forest itself. Elise sobbed harder, clawing at his arm, desperate to reach whatever called to her. For hours it continued. Whispers, scratches, the steady rattle of the zipper. None of us slept. When dawn finally bled gray across the sky, the sound ceased. Outside, the forest looked untouched. No footprints, no broken branches. Only silence. We did not discuss it as we packed. Words felt useless. Daniel pushed us forward, his determination brittle but unyielding. Elise followed like a ghost, hollow-eyed. I trudged after them, my thoughts fractured, every step heavy with dread. By late afternoon, exhaustion forced us to stop near a stream. Daniel knelt to refill bottles, his hands trembling. Elise sat on a rock, staring blankly at the water. I crouched beside her, trying to offer quiet presence, but she would not meet my eyes. That was when I noticed it, the tents. Not ours. We had packed them away. But there, across the stream, in a clearing between the trees, stood 3 tents in a neat semicircle. Identical to the ones we had left behind. Their fabric gleamed faintly in the light, unmarked by dirt or weather. Elise gasped. Daniel swore violently. My stomach turned to stone. We had fled from them, circled wide, and yet here they were again, waiting as if they had never been left. Before we could move, the zippers began to stir. Slowly, deliberately, each one parted, fabric teeth sliding down. From the darkness within came voices, Jordan's among them. Polite, insistent, patient. Unzip, please. Come inside. Elise broke then. She screamed Jordan's name and bolted across the stream, stumbling on slick rocks, racing toward the waiting tents. Daniel shouted after her, his voice raw, but she did not stop. Her hands closed around the zipper of the nearest tent, yanking it down in one swift motion. For a heartbeat, silence. Then the tent swallowed her, not in the sense of her crawling inside. The fabric folded inward, collapsing around her like a mouth, and when it sprang taut again, she was gone. No scream, no trace. Only the whisper of nylon settling. Daniel fell to his knees, stunned. My own breath tore ragged from my chest, disbelief warring with horror. The voices rose again, triumphant now, dozens upon dozens overlapping. Unzip. Come inside. Please. I dragged Daniel to his feet, forcing him back from the stream, my mind screaming only one word: run. We stumbled blindly through the trees, branches tearing at skin, lungs burning. Behind us, the voices followed, polite and persistent, echoing from every direction. We ran until darkness claimed the forest. At last we collapsed against a fallen log, gasping, unable to go further. Daniel stared blankly, lips moving without sound. I realized with horror that we were 2 now, reduced by half in only 2 nights. The forest grew still again. No voices, no movement. Yet I knew the tents would not be far. They would wait, patient and polite, their zippers ready. I do not know how long we sat there. Time had lost meaning. Eventually Daniel turned to me, his face hollow, and whispered, "We can't escape. It'll keep following us." I had no answer. The truth pressed heavy, undeniable. The forest had closed its jaws, and we were inside. When exhaustion pulled me toward sleep, I dreamed of nylon walls, of zippers sliding open, of voices speaking in tones I loved and trusted. I dreamed of Jordan's face, smiling as he beckoned me inside. I awoke with Daniel gone. His pack lay beside me, his knife abandoned. Only his tent, pitched neatly a few yards away, though we had not stopped to build it, remained. Its zipper hung open, teeth parted in perfect silence. I am writing this now by the stream, though I do not know why. Perhaps to remind myself that I tried to resist, that I knew better. but the voices are calling again, gentle and kind, promising relief inside. The zipper glints in the fading light, waiting. I am so very tired. My name is Clara Bennett, and I am 32 years old. I have always considered myself someone who thrives in solitude, someone who draws strength from the quiet spaces that most people would find unsettling. The wilderness has been my refuge ever since I was a teenager. While others crowded into noisy cities, I gravitated toward places where the air smelled of pine and soil, where the ground felt uneven beneath my boots, and where the nights belonged to the wind and the unseen creatures that stir when darkness falls. That is why I decided to take this trip alone into the backcountry. It was supposed to be my escape, a chance to step away from the constant pulse of work and the lingering grief that followed me. Like a shadow after my mother's passing, I wanted to be unreachable, surrounded only by trees, rivers, and sky. I thought that would be healing. The trail I chose was not one of the popular ones. It cut into a stretch of wilderness that few casual hikers dared to enter. The kind of terrain that required endurance, a solid sense of direction, and the ability to be content without human voices for days. The ranger at the station had glanced at me with a mixture of curiosity and mild concern when I signed the logbook. "You're going alone?" he asked. His tone was polite, but I could tell he thought it unwise. I simply nodded and assured him I knew what I was doing. I had camped alone before, though never this deep. His pen paused over the page for just a second too long, as if he was thinking of saying something else. But then he only muttered, "Be safe," and handed me back the pen. The first day was beautiful. I hiked through tall pines and across stretches of meadow where late summer wildflowers still bloomed in small patches of color. The air was sharp and clean, and the sky stretched wide and unbroken. My pack was heavy, but I welcomed the strain. Each step was like a small victory, carrying me farther from the familiar roads and cell towers, deeper into silence. That evening, I set up my tent on a rise near a stream. The water's steady sound was comforting, like a heartbeat under the earth. I cooked a simple meal on my small stove, read a few pages from the worn paperback I had brought, and lay down early. Sleep in the wilderness is different. The body is never completely at ease, always listening. I drifted in and out, the sounds around me fading and swelling. Branches creaking, something small moving through leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. At one point, I woke to an almost total silence, the kind that presses on the ears until you realize just how much you rely on background noise. I lay still, eyes open in the dark, waiting for something, anything, to break that suffocating quiet. Eventually, I must have dozed again, because the next time I opened my eyes, faint dawn light was pushing through the fabric of the tent. That was when I saw the prints. The soil around my tent was soft from the dampness of the stream nearby, a perfect canvas for impressions. At first I thought it was just deer, maybe even a raccoon that had wandered through in the night. But the shapes stopped me cold. They were human. Not boots, not shoes, bare feet. The outlines of toes pressed clearly into the mud. 3 sets in total, all circling my tent in wide, deliberate loops. And worse, they were backward. The toes pointed the wrong way, leading into steps that made no sense, as if someone had walked in reverse, their body moving against the natural direction of motion. I remember kneeling by the flap of my tent, staring at the ground in disbelief, my breath fogging in the cool morning air. My rational mind tried to offer explanations. Maybe erosion had warped the prints. Maybe some trick of the soil made them look inverted. But the longer I looked, the less I could convince myself. They were unmistakable. 3 sets of bare feet, circling me as I slept, silent as ghosts. I forced myself to step outside fully, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. The forest was calm, almost too calm. No birds sang that morning. No squirrels chattered. It was as though everything had gone still to watch me. My pack and supplies were untouched. The prints never led away, they simply circled, again and again, then stopped, vanishing as abruptly as they began. I should have left then. Some deep part of me knew that. But fear has a strange way of paralyzing reason. I told myself it had to be a prank. Though who would trek miles into the backcountry to play a trick on one lone hiker? I told myself maybe I was overreacting, that the wilderness is full of oddities that seem unexplainable until you step back. I packed my tent, forced myself to eat, and started hiking again. The air felt heavier that day, though, as if the trees leaned closer, their shadows stretching longer than they should. By late afternoon, I found another spot to camp. This time it was farther from water, on a patch of dry ground, beneath a stand of birch trees. I built a small fire for comfort, though I knew I did not need it for warmth. The flames steadied me, gave me something to focus on besides the silence. But when night fell, I could not shake the image of those prints. Every rustle outside the glow of the fire made me tense. I sat awake long past midnight, clutching the flashlight in my lap, until exhaustion finally pulled me under. The dream, if it was a dream, came vividly. I saw myself lying in the tent, exactly as I had been. Then shadows moved outside, 3 figures just beyond the fabric, their outlines faint but undeniable. They circled, slowly, their heads bowed, their feet dragging backward through the soil. I tried to move, to shout, but my body would not obey. One of them pressed close to the tent wall, and though I could not see a face, I felt the pressure of eyes. Eyes that studied me like prey. When I jerked awake, gasping, the fire had gone out, and the forest was drowning in blackness. I held still, straining to listen. At first there was nothing, then the faintest crunch of soil. My heart hammered. I gripped the flashlight and turned it on, sweeping the beam through the trees. Nothing. Only trunks and branches. But the feeling of being watched lingered, prickling at the back of my neck. I forced myself out of the tent and checked the ground. And there they were again. 3 sets of prints. Bare feet. Walking backward. Encircling the campsite like some ritual boundary. That night I did not sleep again. I sat with my back to a tree, flashlight in hand, waiting for dawn. Every hour felt like an eternity, my mind conjuring shapes in the dark. Movements between trees that may have been real, or may have been the tricks of a mind stretched thin. I told myself that once the sun rose, I would leave, that this trip was not worth whatever I had stumbled into. But when morning came, my legs felt leaden, and my pride wrestled with my fear. The wilderness had always been my refuge. I could not accept being chased out by something I did not understand. And so I stayed one more night. Looking back now, I know that was the mistake that sealed everything. The sun rose pale and thin, its light diffused through a mist that stubbornly to the trees. I shouldered my pack with trembling hands, every nerve in me screaming to leave, but I lingered. I told myself I would hike farther, deeper even, and find a ridge where the air felt less heavy. But beneath that excuse, The truth pressed like a stone in my stomach. I wanted to prove that I wasn't afraid, that whatever left those prints could not drive me out of the place I loved most. I walked for hours that morning, keeping my eyes low, scanning the soil for any sign that the tracks had followed me. For the first mile there was nothing but the occasional deer print or squirrel trail. But as the sun rose higher and the mist began to burn away, I spotted them again. Bare feet pressed deep into the dirt, walking backward along the very trail I was on, as if mocking my forward progress. 3 sets, never breaking, never veering off. I stopped cold, my throat tightening. The forest was too still. Not a bird sang, not a branch creaked. I spun in a slow circle, certain I would see someone, something lurking in the trees. But there was nothing, just the silence and those backward steps. I almost turned around then, but something deeper than fear pulled me forward. Maybe it was defiance, maybe stupidity. Whatever it was, I kept walking. By mid-afternoon, I reached a clearing where the trees opened to a sweep of sky. I dropped my pack and sat on a fallen log, trying to steady myself. The air felt easier here, as though the forest itself had loosened its grip. I even convinced myself that I was imagining it all, that sleep deprivation and nerves were twisting ordinary signs into something sinister. Then I noticed the prints in the clearing. Perfect circles around the very log where I sat. Fresh, as though they had been waiting for me. My breath came ragged, my pulse in my ears. I wanted to scream, but the silence of the clearing swallowed the sound before it left my throat. I forced myself to move, to set up camp before the weight of dread pinned me in place. I pitched the tent quickly, clumsily, the fabric snapping in the faint wind. My hands shook as I drove stakes into the ground. That night I refused to sleep inside the tent. I built a fire and sat outside, clutching my knife in one hand and the flashlight in the other. The flames threw long shadows that seemed to bend unnaturally, stretching in directions the firelight couldn't account for. I tried to distract myself by eating, by reading a few pages of my book, but every crackle from the fire made me flinch. When the fire burned low, I piled on more wood. The light pushed against the dark, but beyond the reach of the flames, something shifted. The silence broke, not with bird song or animal calls, but with the faintest scrape, like skin brushing against bark. I swung the flashlight, my heart leaping, but saw only trees. Still, the sound continued, circling the camp, always just beyond the edge of vision. The backward prints were being laid even as I sat there. I couldn't see the feet that made them, but I watched the soil shift, the depressions forming one by one in a deliberate circle around me. The fire guttered as if choked by unseen hands. My breath caught, and my body froze, trapped between fight and flight. Then I heard it. A whisper. Not words I could understand, but the cadence of human speech. Soft and low, as though 3 voices murmured in unison from the darkness. They circled with the prints, faster now, the whispers overlapping, their tones pressing into my skull, like a hum I couldn't shut out. I don't remember how long I sat there, knife trembling in my hand, eyes wide and burning from not blinking. At some point, exhaustion overwhelmed terror, and my body slumped despite my will. I woke at dawn with the fire burned to ash, and the prints multiplied. Not just 1 circle, but 3. Concentric rings around me, perfectly spaced, toes pointing inward. Panic finally overruled pride. I packed up in frantic haste, shoving gear into the pack without care. My only thought was escape, to reach the ranger station to see another human face. My legs carried me fast down the trail, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being pursued. Every few yards I looked back, certain I would glimpse them. The trees pressed close, shadows shifting like figures just out of sight. By midday, my canteen was half empty, my breath ragged. That was when I realized something was wrong with the trail. It forked where it shouldn't. I had studied the map. There was no split in this section. Yet two paths stretched ahead, both lined with prints. Bare feet, backward, leading down each route. I stood frozen, unable to choose. The whispers began again, faint but rising, threading through the trees. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound came from within, vibrating against my bones. I stumbled left, then right, finally plunging down the first path I faced, not caring if it was the wrong one. The trail wound downhill, narrowing until branches clawed at my arms. The prints never left, always just ahead of me, impossibly fresh. The whispers swelled, and then I heard something else. The distinct sound of bare feet slapping against soil behind me. I ran. My pack bounced. Branches tore at my clothes, but I didn't stop until my lungs felt like fire. When I dared to look back, the path was empty. No figures, no pursuers. Only the prints layered over each other in chaotic loops, covering the ground where I had just fled. My chest heaved, sweat chilling on my skin. I staggered on until dusk, when exhaustion forced me to stop. I pitched the tent in a hollow between rocks, hoping the narrow space would shield me. I didn't bother with a fire this time. I crawled inside, zipped the door, and gripped the knife tight. Sleep came in fragments, punctuated by the scrape of soil and the whisper of voices. At one point I dreamed, or maybe it wasn't a dream, that I opened my eyes to find the tent unzipping slowly, the teeth of the zipper parting, one by one without a hand on them. The flap peeled back, and three pale faces leaned in, featureless yet horribly intent. Their feet scraped backward as they pressed closer. I screamed myself awake, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The tent was closed, but the air inside was heavy, as if something had only just left. When dawn came, I emerged to find the hollow surrounded. Dozens of prints this time, layered until the ground was churned. 3 backward paths led off into the trees, in different directions. Each seemed to wait for me to follow. I realized then that escape might not be possible, at least not in the way I imagined. The forest was no longer a place I could navigate by map or compass. It had shifted, bent itself around me. The silence was alive, breathing, and whatever circled me in the night was patient. Patient enough to walk backward forever until I gave in. Still, I forced myself to choose a direction and move. Every step was an act of defiance, every breath a protest. But with each mile, I felt my resolve fray. The whispers never stopped. Sometimes they came from ahead, sometimes from behind, sometimes from within. The prints appeared no matter where I looked, and the silence between the whispers grew so deep that I began to fear my own thoughts would vanish into it. By the second night, my body was beyond exhaustion. I set camp without even thinking, hands moving mechanically. I sat in the dark, knife on my lap, too tired to fight the sleep that dragged at me. My last thought before slipping under was not of escape, but of surrender, wondering what would happen if I simply stepped into the circle they drew. I woke in the middle of the night to a pressure vest. My chest, not heavy enough to suffocate, but firm enough that I knew I was not alone. My eyes flew open. The tent was utterly dark, and yet I could see them. or rather, the absence of them. 3 silhouettes pressed against the fabric from the outside, their outlines sharp in the moonlight. Their heads bent low, their hands, if they had hands, traced along the seams as though testing the threads. The sound was unbearable, a faint rasp like nails drawn lightly across canvas. I tried to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. My heart hammered so violently that I thought it would tear itself free. Slowly, the zipper began to tremble. I clutched the knife, my knuckles white, and forced air into my lungs. "Leave me alone," I croaked, though it came out like a whisper swallowed instantly by the night. The zipper stilled. The shadows tilted their heads, all 3 at once, a gesture too precise to be human. Then, one by one, the impressions lifted and silence returned. When I dared to move, the tent walls were empty. Trembling, I lit the small lantern inside and sat there until dawn, staring at the glow, afraid to close my eyes. Morning revealed what I already feared. More prints, not just circles this time, but spirals winding toward the center where my tent stood. Bare feet, always backward, pressed deep into the soil as though whoever, or whatever, made them had danced around me for hours. I wanted to collapse, to weep, but there was no time. Every second I remained felt like a trap tightening. I packed with shaking hands and fled. My body was past exhaustion, but adrenaline drove me forward. I no longer cared which direction I traveled. The forest was foreign now, its paths alien. Every landmark blurred, every tree looked like the last. The prints were everywhere, sometimes ahead of me, sometimes behind, sometimes impossibly beside me when I knew I had not passed that way. By midday, hunger gnawed at me. I stopped briefly to eat, though the food turned to dust in my mouth. That was when I noticed something worse. My own footprints were wrong. The trail behind me no longer showed the tread of boots but bare feet, walking backward. I stumbled back a step, then another. But the earth betrayed me. Wherever I moved, the impression left was not mine. My own identity was being consumed by theirs. I dropped the food and ran. Branches tore at my arms, blood welled in thin scratches, but I didn't stop. The whispers grew louder. No longer faint, but insistent, layering over each other in a chorus of murmured syllables. I couldn't decipher words, but I understood intent. They were calling me in, beckoning, promising release if only I would stop resisting. When night fell again, I collapsed in a clearing, too spent to build a tent. I simply lay on the ground, knife clutched to my chest, staring at the stars. But even the sky betrayed me. The constellations shifted subtly, their shapes unrecognizable. 3 patterns emerged overhead, simple rings of stars encircling empty space, mirroring the prints below. My chest heaved as despair welled up, threatening to drown me. The whispers rose and fell with the wind. At times they sounded like lullabies, soft and almost tender. At other times they cracked with something harsher, like laughter bent into cruelty. I closed my eyes and tried to remember my mother's voice, the way she used to hum when cooking, the way she said my name. For a fleeting moment, the memory anchored me. But when I opened my eyes, I swore I saw her standing at the edge of the clearing, barefoot, walking backward into the trees. I screamed, stumbling to my feet, reaching out before I realized my mistake. The figure turned its head in an impossible angle, no face, only the blank suggestion of one. Then it vanished. The whispers surged, triumphant. That night blurred. I must have lost hours, maybe more. When dawn came, the forest looked unchanged, but I knew I was no longer in any place marked on a map. My compass spun uselessly. My legs shook, refusing to carry me much farther. It was then I heard a sound I had longed for. Running water. A river. I staggered toward it, pushing through brambles until the trees opened to reveal a wide current, rushing between moss-slick rocks. Relief coursed through me. Rivers meant orientation, a way to follow back to civilization. I knelt to drink, but when I leaned over the water, the reflection was wrong. 3 faces stared back. Not mine, pale, blurred, featureless, but each bearing the faint outline of a mouth, curved into something between a smile and a grimace. Behind them, faint ripples spread outward, though the water's surface was calm. I jerked back with a cry, tumbling into the mud. The whispers were no longer distant. They were inside me, vibrating through my chest, threading into rhythm of my heartbeat. I ran again, but the forest was endless. Time ceased to matter. I could no longer tell if hours passed or days. My pack grew lighter as I abandoned items one by one, too heavy to carry. The knife remained, though my grip had worn a permanent ache into my hand. At some point, exhaustion claimed me once more. I collapsed at the base of a sycamore, its bark rough against my back. I drifted into a half-dream where I was circling my own body, barefoot, walking backward, whispering words I did not understand. When I jerked awake, the prints were there, perfectly laid around me, closing tighter with each ring. Something in me broke then. I stood on trembling legs, walked deliberately to the edge of the circle, and stepped into one of the backward tracks. The soil was cold, damp, but it fit my foot as though waiting. The whispers stilled. The silence that followed was worse. It was not empty. It was expectant. I took another step, backward this time, mimicking them. The forest held its breath. My heart pounded so hard that spots danced in my vision, but I continued. Step by step, I moved in reverse, circling where I had lain. Each step sank deeper, and with every motion, the air grew heavier, pressing against my skin like unseen hands. Then I saw them. Not shadows this time, not silhouettes. 3 figures emerged between the trees, pale and indistinct, their bodies swaying as if underwater. They had no faces, yet I knew they were watching me. Their movements mirrored mine perfectly, backward steps in unison, lips parting though no sound came. I froze, unable to continue. My chest heaved, terror clawing its way back. "What do you want?" I screamed, my voice cracking. The silence swallowed it. Then, all at once, the whispers returned, not around me but inside my skull, clearer now, layered until I could almost form words. Join. Become. Stay. I staggered out of the circle, gasping, clutching the knife. The figures flickered, their forms unraveling like mist, but the prints remained. Always the prints. Always circling. I ran again, though my strength was nearly gone. The forest blurred, the trees twisting in ways that defied sense. My vision swam, darkness tugging at the edges. I don't know how far I went before my body gave out completely. I collapsed face, first into the soil. My last sight, the endless spirals of prints, spreading outward like a labyrinth. I don't know if I ever truly woke again. Sometimes I open my eyes and see sky above me, but the stars are wrong. Sometimes I look down and see that my boots are gone, and the feet beneath me are bare, stepping backward without my command. And always the whispers accompany me, steady, unbroken. No longer outside but part of me. If anyone finds this journal, if anyone finds what's left of me, I beg you, do not follow my trail. Do not listen to the silence when it grows too deep. Do not step into the circles, because once you do, there is no leaving. I am Clara Bennett. Or I was. Now I am one of three, forever circling, forever walking backward through the wilderness, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to walk alone. I woke on the forest floor, my body curled like a discarded rag, the knife still clutched in my aching hand. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was, only that my chest ached from the pounding of my heart, and that the ground beneath me was no longer solid. It felt soft, almost spongy, as though the earth itself was breathing. The sky overhead was gray, choked with thin clouds, though it might have been dawn or dusk. I couldn't tell. Time had dissolved. My throat was parched, and when I reached for my canteen, I realized it was gone. My pack too. Everything I carried had slipped from me at some point in my flight, as though the forest itself had stolen it piece by piece, until only I remained. I pushed myself to my knees, every muscle trembling, and that was when I saw them again. The prints. They ringed me in tighter spirals than ever before, as though they had closed in while I lay unconscious. 3 sets, always 3, always backward, their toes digging into the soil with surgical precision. I tried to count the loops, but my vision swam. 5, 6, 7 layers, each one nearer to me, hemming me in. I staggered forward, stepping into one of the prints as I had before, and felt the ground seize my foot, cold dampness pressing upward. For a heartbeat I thought I was sinking, being pulled down into the soil itself. I yanked my leg free with a gasp and stumbled back. My breath ragged. The whispers swelled instantly, triumphant, filling the air like the rush of blood in my ears. I turned in a circle, knife raised, but there was nothing to fight. Only the trees. Only the silence that watched me like an audience holding its breath. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught movement. 3 shapes, pale and indistinct, slipping between trunks, circling. They didn't move like animals, didn't move like people. Their bodies glided, their limbs bending just slightly wrong. Every time I tried to look directly at them, they blurred like heat shimmer. But when I turned away, they became clearer in the edge of vision. I screamed at them. Words of defiance, words of pleading. But the forest swallowed my voice whole. My throat burned from the effort, yet not even an echo returned. That was when I realized the silence was complete. Not only absent of animals or wind, but absent of response. It was not silence by nature, it was silence imposed. The figures stopped. Slowly, they tilted their heads in unison. The same precise motion I had seen at the tent. Then one raised its arm, or what passed for an arm, and pointed directly at me. The whispers changed instantly. No longer a droning hum, but distinct syllables threading together, words half formed back. With us, backward, stay I ran. My legs carried me blindly, crashing through undergrowth, my lungs tearing with the effort. Branches lashed my face, mud clung to my boots, but I did not care. All that mattered was distance, though I knew even as I fled that distance was meaningless here. The forest bent itself to their will. The trail I found myself on was unfamiliar, yet stamped with their prints, backward always, mocking my frantic forward flight. At some point the ground sloped sharply down. I tumbled, rolling, dirt filling my mouth and nose until I slammed against stone. Groaning, I lifted my head and realized I had fallen into a ravine. Walls of rock and root rose on either side, too steep to climb easily in my condition. At the center of the ravine lay a pool of water, perfectly still despite the trickle of runoff feeding it. Drawn by thirst, I staggered to the edge. My reflection wavered in the surface, But it was not mine alone. 3 others leaned in with me, pale faces without features, pressing shoulder to shoulder with my own. Their mouths moved in sync with my breathing, though no sound emerged. My stomach lurched, and I stumbled back, retching. The pool rippled violently, though no stone had fallen. The whispers returned, louder than ever, reverberating through the ravine until it felt as though the rocks themselves spoke. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The sound was inside me, threading into every pulse of blood. I dropped to my knees, sobbing, knife clattering against the stone. Then, suddenly, silence again. Utter, suffocating silence. I lifted my head. The ravine was empty. The pool calm. For a moment I believed they had gone, that I was alone at last. Hope surged weakly, a fragile thing. I forced myself to stand. My body swayed, exhaustion threatening to topple me again, but I steadied myself against the rock wall. That was when I saw it. Not prints this time, but my own feet. Bare. My boots were gone, stripped away without me noticing, as though the forest had peeled them off while I slept or stumbled. The ground beneath me showed fresh impressions. My steps, but backward. I froze, terror clawing up my spine. They weren't only circling me. They were becoming me. I screamed, though the sound was ragged, more animal than human. With the last of my strength, I scrambled up the ravine wall, clawing at roots, tearing my skin until blood slicked my hands. Somehow I reached the top, collapsing on the edge, chest heaving. I wanted to crawl, to drag myself forward, but my limbs shook violently. I could only lie there, staring at the canopy above. The stars bled through the clouds as night fell again. They twisted as they had before, arranging themselves into 3 rings. Perfect circles overhead. I felt the ground shift beneath me, soil softening, welcoming. The whispers returned, softer now, almost tender, coaxing me like a lullaby join. Stay. Backward forever. I tried to resist. I thought of the ranger at the station, of my mother's voice, of all the reasons I wanted to live. But my body no longer obeyed. My legs moved without command, lifting, placing themselves into backward steps. The knife slipped from my hand. My arms dangled at my sides. I walked in reverse into the trees. My breath slowed, my heartbeat aligning with theirs. I no longer knew if my eyes were open or closed. The forest swallowed me, and for the first time, I did not feel afraid. I felt complete. If you are reading this, then somehow these words remain. Perhaps I scrawled them in my notebook before the change finished. Perhaps the forest allowed them to exist as bait. It doesn't matter. What matters is this: do not come looking for me. Do not follow the footprints, no matter how strange they seem. Do not think you can outlast the silence. Because once you step into the backcountry alone, once the circles find you, it is already too late. I was Clara Bennett. Now I am only one of 3, and we are waiting. My name is Owen Reyes. I have always considered myself a practical man, one who values preparation and the kind of common sense that turns mistakes into lessons instead of tragedies. I grew up in a city where the closest thing to wilderness was a manicured park or a cracked basketball court lined with faded oak trees. But in my early 20s, I became enthralled camping and backcountry hiking. The clean air, the solitude, the thrill of carrying my life on my back. All of it appealed to me, more than the fluorescent buzz of office buildings or the endless scroll of screens. I was not reckless, though. I read manuals, studied maps, learned from experienced hikers, and kept notes on best practices. One of the lessons drilled into me early on was food safety in bear country. Never keep food in your tent. Always tie it high, suspended between trees, out of reach of any wandering animal with a nose sharper than yours. This ritual became second nature to me, as sacred as boiling water or staking a tent properly. I never questioned it until the morning that changed everything. There were 5 of us that trip, each with our own reasons for being there. Lee and Marcus were the couple of the group. College friends who had stayed together through every stress test that higher education and young adulthood could throw at them. They were the planners, with laminated trail maps and backup compasses, endlessly reminding the rest of us to hydrate and ration. Cam was Marcus's younger brother, a lanky 20-year-old with the kind of restless energy that made him sprint ahead on trails just to skid back with a grin. And then there was Kendra, who I had known since childhood, a woman who lived for risk but disguised it as curiosity. She had this way of making danger sound like adventure, and sometimes I found myself agreeing to things I never would have on my own, just because she tilted her head a certain way when she asked. I was the one who tied us together, or at least I liked to believe so. Calm, methodical, older by a few years, and perhaps the least inclined to let my guard down. We started out on the trail that morning with the weight of our packs fresh against our shoulders, spirits high as the forest closed around us. It was a remote section of the park, far from the tourist-friendly paths where signs warned you of every slope and every mile marker. Here the trees crowded overhead, their trunks metaled with moss, and the air smelled damp, like soil after rain, even though the skies had been clear for days. Birds called high in the canopy, unseen but insistent, and every now and then the sound of water hinted at a creek winding just out of view. The further we walked, the less it felt like we were visitors in the forest, and the more it felt as though we were trespassers, allowed passage only, because the woods had not yet decided to close in on us. I remember thinking it was beautiful in the way old churches are beautiful. Hushed, imposing, with a silence that is not really silence at all, but something waiting. That first night passed without issue. We set camp in a small clearing marked by encircled stones that suggested others had once paused there, perhaps decades earlier. The ground was level, the trees tall but spaced just enough to string up our food bags without difficulty. Cam joked that the forest seemed to be giving us a gift, like a hotel dropping off mints on the pillow, he said, tossing his sleeping bag down as though the earth itself was a mattress. Leah scolded him half-heartedly for being careless, but her voice carried more affection than annoyance. I made sure the food was secure, checked the knots, and stood under the bags for a long while before finally retreating to my tent. The night was quiet except for the soft hum of insects and the occasional crack of twigs as something small moved beyond the firelight. Nothing unusual, nothing alarming. We slept. The second day was longer. We pushed deeper into the woods, crossing ridges that seemed to stretch endlessly, climbing until our calves burned, and then descending into valleys where the air was cooler and damp with hidden streams. The forest began to feel different, not hostile, not exactly, but more watchful. The birds that had filled the air with sound the day before were strangely absent now. Instead, every footstep and whispered conversation carried farther, as though the trees themselves leaned close to listen. Even Cam, usually incapable of silence, grew quieter. glancing behind us more often than ahead. It is difficult to explain the shift, but there was a weight in the atmosphere, like being in a room where someone has just finished speaking, and everyone is waiting for what comes next. By the time we set camp that evening, we were all exhausted. Marcus insisted we cook quickly and tidy up immediately afterward. Lee agreed, her tone sharp enough to suggest she felt something was off too. The rest of us obeyed without question, though none of us admitted aloud that we felt the forest pressing closer, heavier. We tied our food again, hanging it high in the branches, and this time I lingered even longer, pulling at the rope until my palms were sore just to assure myself it was firm. Kendra teased me for being obsessive, but when she caught my expression, she fell silent. Her smile faded. She muttered something about not wanting to wake up with a bear nose pressed against her tent. It was meant as a joke, but no one laughed. That night I had trouble sleeping. The ground felt uneven beneath me, though I knew I had cleared the space carefully. Every time I closed my eyes, I dreamed I was falling, the ropes I had tied above creaking and straining until they snapped. I woke with my heart pounding, unsure if the sound I heard had been in my dream or in the world outside. I told myself it was nothing, just the forest shifting, but I could not shake the unease. Eventually I drifted into a shallow sleep, but it was the kind that leaves you more tired when morning comes. On the third day we reached the part of the trail where the forest seemed most alive. The trees were thicker here, their branches tangling into each other, creating archways that felt almost deliberate. Moss hung in curtains, damp and heavy, brushing against our shoulders as we passed. The air was cooler, and with every step the light grew dimmer, as though the sun was being swallowed above. By afternoon we had walked in a green twilight for hours. The map told us we were heading toward a small plateau where we could camp safely. But the trail itself was less certain, overgrown in places, marked only by faint blazes that sometimes disappeared entirely. We argued about direction more than once. Marcus and Leah poring over the compass while Cam shifted impatiently and Kendra suggested alternate paths with the confidence of someone who would never admit she might be wrong. I tried to mediate, to remind them we had time, but inside I felt the same unease, a growing sense that we were being led somewhere, rather than choosing our own route. When we finally found the plateau, it was like stumbling into another world. The ground leveled into a broad, flat space ringed by trees whose trunks were thicker than any we had seen so far. It felt enclosed, almost like a stage. There was no underbrush, just soft earth and fallen leaves, as if the ground had been swept clean. It was, undeniably, a perfect place to set camp. Too perfect, perhaps, but by then we were wary, and suspicion was not enough to override exhaustion. We built our fire, ate quickly, and once again strung our food bags high into the branches. This time, though, I noticed something strange. The branches swayed slightly, even though there was no breeze, as though the weight of our bags had unsettled them. I stood beneath them, craning my neck, and felt a drop of cold moisture fall onto my cheek. I told myself it was dew, though the night was not that cool. I wiped it away and returned to the fire. Sleep came harder than before. The forest around us was too still, as though it were holding its breath. Every now and then I thought I heard movement above, not the rustle of small creatures, but something heavier, shifting among the branches. I told myself it was raccoons, or maybe even a bear sniffing at the ropes. but the sounds did not match. There was rhythm to them, a pattern, almost like pacing. I must have drifted off despite my worry, because the next thing I knew I was opening my eyes to the pale gray of dawn. For a moment I thought I had dreamed the whole thing, but then I realized something was wrong. My body ached in a strange way, as though the ground beneath me had been pulled out from under my weight. My arms were sore, my chest tight. When I shifted, I felt rope biting into me. I opened my eyes fully then, and the world tilted. I was not on the ground. I was suspended in the air, several feet above the earth, the rope cutting into my shoulders and chest where it wound tightly around me. My sleeping bag was gone, and below me the campsite looked distorted, small, wrong. I turned my head and saw the others. All four of them dangled beside me, limp and silent, their bodies bound in the same way, hanging from the branches like grotesque ornaments. Above us, the food bags still swayed gently, untouched, as though mocking us. The knots I had tied so carefully held true, but they held us instead. The first thing I felt was the terrible weightlessness of my own body fighting against the ropes. It wasn't like lying in a hammock, where you're cradled in some easy balance. This was cruel suspension, pressure digging into ribs and arms, circulation cut at odd angles. My legs dangled, feet twitching uselessly in the empty air. The ropes weren't only around me. They threaded through the branches above with the precision of a craftsman. Each knot held firm, each twist deliberate. It struck me, even in my panic, that none of us could have tied such things in our sleep. Whoever, or whatever, had done this knew how to bind human beings. I tried to call out, but my throat was dry, and what came out was a cracked whisper. The others hung in silence, their chests rising and falling faintly. Alive, thank God. Kendra stirred first. Her head lolled to the side, eyes blinking against the weak morning light filtering through the canopy. The moment she realized where she was, she gasped so sharply I thought she might choke. What the? Owen. Her voice pitched high, ragged. What's happening? I tried to calm her, but my words were useless. Below us, Marcus gave a muffled groan as he came to. Leah followed, eyes widening in shock before tears welled instantly, spilling down her cheeks. Cam was the last. His first reaction was not fear but fury. He thrashed wildly, ropes creaking, the branch above groaning with the strain.
"Get me the hell down!"
he shouted, his voice splitting the stillness. His movements rocked all of us, branches swaying, bark shedding flakes that fluttered downward like ashes. "Stop," Marcus barked. His own voice trembled, but he forced it steady. "You'll get us all killed if these branches give way." Cam snarled but went still, chest heaving. We hung together in silence then. 5 helpless bodies strung like prey left out to dry. I craned my neck upward, trying to follow the ropes. They disappeared into the dense weave of branches above, crossing and doubling back in ways that made no logical sense. It looked less like human handiwork and more like a spider's web scaled up for giants. The bags of food still hung where we had left them, swaying gently in a non-existent breeze. The insult of it gnawed at me, the fact that they were untouched, as though whatever had done this wanted us instead of the food. Leah whimpered softly. Who did this? Was someone here last night? Her words cracked like she didn't want to hear the answer. None of us had an answer anyway. I could still hear the faint echo of movement from the night before, the rhythm in the branches, but saying it aloud felt like admitting something worse than human interference. Kendra shook her head violently, strands of hair sticking to her damn face. No one could have done this. Not in silence. Not all of us at once. Her words carried conviction, but it was the desperate kind. She needed to believe something impossible, rather than the alternative. That human hands had crept into camp and trust us, like animals without a single one of us stirring. Both options were unbearable. The minutes stretched. Every small shift in my body sent pain, radiating from my shoulders and hips. The ropes were biting deeper, and I knew circulation would eventually fail. We had to act. Swing. I rasped finally. We need to swing toward the trunk. If one of us could brace against bark, maybe we could work the knots loose. Maybe. Cam latched onto the plan instantly, jerking his body to start momentum. The rest of us followed more reluctantly, swaying in awkward arcs. It was clumsy, painful, and every creak of the branches above made my stomach drop. The tree groaned with our collective weight, but slowly, painstakingly, I inched closer to the trunk. My toes brushed bark once, then again. On the third try, I managed to press my boot sole flat against it. Relief surged through me, sharp and dizzying. From there I pushed harder, stretching until I could scrape the rope with my wrist against the rough surface. Bark bit into skin, tearing it raw, but fibers began to fray. Tiny victories. I gritted my teeth and pressed harder. The forest around us remained deathly still. No bird calls, no scurrying of small animals. The silence was suffocating. It felt deliberate, as though the woods were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. My skin crawled with the certainty that we were being watched. When a rope strand finally snapped, it was too loud in that silence, like a gunshot. The branch above quivered, showering us with dry leaves. I froze, heart hammering, expecting retaliation from unseen eyes. None came. It took what felt like hours, though it was likely less, for me to weaken enough rope to slide one arm free. Blood rushed back to my fingers, pins and needles flaring painfully. With that hand, I clawed at the bindings across my chest, working knots loose with desperate, shaking precision. Once I freed myself, I swung hard toward the trunk, braced with my legs, and scrambled clumsily down, rope still dragging from me like a second skin. My boots hit the ground, and for the first time, I realized how high we had been. Nearly 15 feet up, maybe more. I staggered, dizzy, then looked up at the others. 4 terrified faces peered down, begging without words. I climbed back up the trunk as far as I could, balancing on knots and branches, sawing at the ropes with my pocket knife. I freed Kendra first, lowering her carefully until she dropped the last few feet with a yelp. Then Leah, sobbing openly as her feet touched earth. Marcus next, steady even in terror. Finally Cam, who cursed the whole way down but collapsed in relief the moment he hit ground. We were free, but the relief was shallow, temporary. The ropes remained. They dangled above, swaying faintly, still tied in impossible knots high in the canopy. We had not imagined them. Someone, or something, had placed us there. We didn't waste time discussing it. Instinct drove us to pack what little we had left scattered around camp. Most of our gear had been disturbed, sleeping bags stripped, ground pads shifted. Our food bags remained intact, untouched, as though preserved deliberately. None of us wanted to eat from them. They felt contaminated, marked. We stuffed what we could into our packs, hands trembling, movements jerky. The air had changed, heavier, thicker, tasting metallic at the back of my throat. It was barely dawn, but we knew we had to leave. We set off down the trail, but it felt wrong immediately. The blazes on the trees were gone. The familiar scrape of paint, the shallow cuts, had disappeared as though bark had healed overnight. Marcus checked the compass. The needle spun uselessly, twitching like it was alive. Leah clutched his arm, face pale. "It's broken," she whispered, but even she didn't sound convinced. We pressed forward anyway, relying on instinct and hope, but the forest seemed to shift around us. Paths that should have led downhill looped upward. Clearings doubled back. After an hour, we stumbled back into the same plateau we had left. The ropes still dangled above, waiting. Panic set in then. Cam shouted, storming into the trees with reckless abandon, only to return minutes later from the opposite side, gasping like he'd run in circles. Kendra cursed, pounding her fists against a trunk until bark split under her skin. Leah sat down heavily, hands covering her face, sobs muffled. Marcus and I tried to reason it through, but words failed. We were trapped in something larger than logic, caught in a snare we couldn't see. When the sun climbed higher, its light never truly reached us. The canopy above filtered everything into dim green twilight. Hunger gnawed at our stomachs, but none of us touched the food. It seemed like bait, and even in desperation we couldn't bring ourselves to trust it. Time lost meaning. Shadows shifted, but the air never warmed, and the silence never broke. Every so often, I thought I saw movement in the branches, shapes that weren't wind. Subtle shifts as though something vast crawled from trunk to trunk. Whenever I tried to focus, nothing was there. Only the ropes swaying faintly, as though stirred by unseen hands. By evening we were shattered. Exhaustion pulled at every step, fear etched deeper than muscle. We built no fire. None of us dared strike a spark. Instead, we huddled close on the bare earth, backs touching, every sound amplified in the stillness. That was when we heard it, the creak of rope. Not ours, not close. Higher, deeper in the trees, slow and deliberate. It was the unmistakable sound of weight shift against fibers, taut and strained. Then another creak, and another, a chorus of it, surrounding us. My stomach twisted cold. It wasn't just us. There were others, unseen, swaying gently in the branches. Dozens, maybe more. Lee whimpered, clapping her hands over her ears. Cam cursed under his breath, rocking like a child. Marcus gripped my shoulder so hard his nails bit through fabric. Kendra's face went blank, pale as bone. We sat frozen as the night closed around us, the ropes above whispering their slow, unbearable song. And through it all, I knew one truth with absolute certainty. The forest had taken us. We were not campers anymore. We were prey suspended in its web, waiting for the thing that had strung us up to return. We did not sleep. The night pressed in thick and close, wrapping itself around us like another rope. Every creak overhead kept us tense. Every phantom shift in the branches made our chests tighten, as if expecting a noose. We whispered in fragments, plans that unraveled before they could form. Escape, climb, run, hide, words without anchors. What held us together was not courage, but a mutual paralysis, each too afraid to break the silence more than the others. When dawn came, it brought no relief. The light did not spill into our clearing. Instead, it seemed filtered through water, weak and trembling, as though the sun itself had been caught in the canopy. The ropes remained swaying gently, and now I saw stains along some of them, dark patches that hadn't been there the day before. Resin, I told myself, sap dripping from the trees. But the color was wrong. Too dark, too much like dried blood. We decided to move. Staying in that plateau felt like lying down in grave and waiting for the dirt. Marcus took lead, jaw tight, hands trembling, only when he thought no one was watching. Leah stayed close, clinging to him as though he were the last real thing left. Kendra pressed ahead recklessly, snapping branches with each step, her defiance loud and deliberate, as if volume alone could banish what we felt stalking us. Cam trailed in back, muttering under his breath, words too soft to catch but sharp enough in tone to sound like arguments with someone unseen. We walked for hours, yet the forest betrayed us. Every path bent back. We marked trees with knives, scars cut deep into bark, but when we circled around they had healed. Not faded, healed. The wounds closed over with smooth new skin, as if the trees rejected the memory of us. Hunger returned, sharper this time, twisting our stomachs into knots. Leah cracked first, fumbling in her pack for the food we had sworn not to touch. She pulled a packet of trail mix, fingers trembling as she tore it open. "Don't," I snapped, but too late. She shoved a fistful into her mouth, chewing desperately. Her jaw froze after the first bite. Her eyes widened, hands clawing at her lips, as though trying to rip the food back out. A wet gagging sound filled the clearing. She spat, chunks scattering on the ground. It wasn't nuts or raisins that fell from her mouth, but pale, writhing grubs, fat bodies, slick with a sheen that glistened in the dim light. They wreathed into the soil, vanishing instantly. Leah screamed until Marcus held her against his chest, rocking her, tears streaking both their faces. None of us tried the food again. By mid-day we stumbled into a new clearing. This one was narrower, ringed by crooked birches whose trunks twisted together in strange knots. From every branch hung ropes. Dozens of them, swaying faintly as though moved by a wind we couldn't feel. Some were empty. Others bore remnants, tatters of fabric, snapped belts, rust, stained buckles. I recognized the sleeve of a flannel shirt, the kind hikers wear, torn to a rag and stiff with dried stains. Cam broke then. He screamed at the trees, at the ropes, at the silence itself. He ripped his pack off and hurled it, shouting curses until his voice cracked raw. The forest answered not with words but with motion. Above, branches shifted in unison, an undulation like muscle flexing beneath skin. A deep groan rolled through the trunks, not wind, not thunder, something alive stretching awake. We ran. Instinct drove us, scattering into the trees without plan or direction. Branches whipped our faces, roots clawed at our boots, but fear burned through every obstacle. Behind us, I heard the creak of ropes, loud now. Accelerating, 100 pendulums swinging in unison. And beneath it, softer, almost lost in the cacophony whispers. Not words we understood, but syllables strung together like chanting, a litany woven from the forest itself. Kendra was the first to fall. She tripped on a root and vanished with a scream cut short. When I skidded to a stop and looked back, she was gone. Not sprawled on the ground, not tangled in branches. Gone as though the forest had swallowed her mid-cry. Marcus tried to turn back for her, but Leah dragged him forward, both of them sobbing. I kept running, though guilt clawed at me. To stop was to vanish. To stop was to feed whatever had claimed her. The forest funneled us, pushing us into a ravine choked with ferns. The ground sloped downward, slick with moss. We slid more than walked, crashing into a hollow where the earth dipped into a natural amphitheater. The air was heavier here, wet and metallic, thick enough to taste. And in the center, rising like the ribcage of some buried giant, stood a tree unlike any I had ever seen. Its trunk was massive, wider than a house, bark dark and ridged, each groove packed with strands of rope. They sprouted from it like veins, stretching upward into the canopy, vanishing into endless branches above. Some of those ropes held objects, some held shapes, bodies. They dangled in rows, dozens of them, swaying gently. Skin pale, clothes tattered, some skeletal, others fresher, faces slack as though in uneasy sleep. Their feet brushed one another softly, a ghastly dance of marionettes. My stomach twisted, bile burning my throat. Among them I thought I saw Kendra, her hair unmistakable, her body limp, already claimed by the tree. Leah collapsed to her knees, wailing. Marcus pulled her up, whispering frantic prayers. Cam stood frozen wide-eyed, shaking his head again and again. No, no, no. He stumbled backward, tripping over roots until his back pressed against the amphitheater wall. That was when the ropes moved. Not swayed, moved. They slithered, uncoiling from branches, lowering like snakes. The sound was unmistakable fibers tightening, stretching, creaking in hunger. One brushed Leah's shoulder. She screamed, batting at it, but another wrapped around her ankle. Marcus lunged, grabbing her, pulling with all his strength. More ropes descended, wrapping him too, looping around his torso, pinning them together. Their screams echoed until the ropes jerked upward, yanking them skyward in a single violent motion. Their cries cut off as they vanished into the canopy. Cam bolted. He sprinted along the amphitheater wall, scrambling up mossy rock with a strength born of terror. I chased him without thought, lungs burning, legs aching. Behind us, the ropes whispered against bark, chasing. I felt them graze my arms, cold and slick despite being made of fiber. Each brush left welts that burned like frostbite. We clawed upward, fingers bleeding against rock, until by some miracle we pulled ourselves over the rim. We lay there gasping, listening as the whispers receded, though not entirely. They remained, just far enough to remind us we were never free. We staggered on, just the two of us now. Hours blurred into each other, direction meaningless. The forest bent. Trails looped. Hunger gnawed worse than pain, and thirst clawed our throats raw. Cam spoke less until finally he spoke not at all, just muttered sounds that weren't words. His eyes glazed, steps uneven. When he finally stopped, I turned to see him staring upward, arms slack at his sides. Above him a rope dangled, swaying gently. He smiled, a broken, delirious smile, and reached for it. Cam. No. I lunged, but too late. The rope snapped around his wrist with a whip, crack yanking him skyward. His scream echoed, then vanished as he disappeared into the canopy. The forest went still again, as though satisfied. I was alone. I don't know how long I wandered. Days, maybe. Time meant nothing under that endless twilight canopy. I grew weaker, stumbling more often, my pack long discarded. I heard the ropes at night, always creaking just out of sight, always whispering. I dreamed of being lifted, of dangling forever among the pale bodies above. My life drained into the bark of that monstrous tree. Each morning I woke surprised to still feel earth beneath me. Eventually, I stumbled into light. Real light. The canopy thinned, the trees parted, and suddenly I was on the edge of a ranger station clearing. Smoke curled from a chimney. A man in uniform stepped out, his face registering shock as he rushed to catch me before I collapsed. I don't remember what he said, only the relief of human hands that weren't made of rope. They told me later they found no sign of the others. No camp, no plateau, no amphitheater tree. The forest was ordinary, they said. My story was dismissed as trauma, dehydration, hallucination. But at night, when I close my eyes, I still feel the bite of rope on my skin. I still hear the creak of branches shifting in rhythm. And sometimes, when the wind brushes through the trees outside my window, I swear I hear the whispers. The forest let me go. It didn't have to. And that knowledge is worse than any nightmare, because it means the ropes are still waiting. My name is Leela Thompson, and I have always believed that the wilderness holds a language of its own, one that hums beneath the silence of ridges and forests and skies. I had camped many times before, though never alone. And perhaps that was why this trip became etched into my memory in a way no other experience could. I was 31 years old when I decided to hike up the ridge, drawn by the promise of clear air and wide skies where the stars were said to blaze brighter than anywhere else in the region. I wanted solitude. I wanted quiet. I wanted the sense of being reduced to something small beneath a universe too vast to measure. That, at least, was what I told myself before the stars began to notice me. The hike itself was long but not difficult. I had driven as far as the road permitted, parked my car by a small clearing that served as a makeshift trailhead, and shouldered my pack. The ridge loomed to the north, jagged and pale in the autumn light, framed by slopes lined with pine and spruce. My boots dug into the damp earth as I followed the path upward, switchbacks curling through the trees. I carried enough supplies for 3 days: a lightweight tent, a sleeping bag, food sealed in zip bags, a small stove, and the comfort of my journal, where I could spill thoughts when words pressed too heavily against the inside of my mind. I remember how the world narrowed to the rhythm of my breath and the crunch of soil beneath my steps. The forest seemed unusually still, as though holding its breath, but I told myself it was the absence of other hikers that created that hush. I crossed no one on the trail. By the time I reached the ridge, the sun had begun its slow descent, painting the horizon in bruised shades of violet and orange. I chose a flat patch near the edge, where the view opened like a stage curtain to the world below. Valleys rolling out in shadows, mountains stacked like jagged teeth on the horizon. I pitched my tent with practiced ease, staking it against the rocky soil and smoothing the fabric. The air grew cooler as dusk settled, and I layered on a jacket, sitting with my back against a stone outcrop. The sky deepened from purple to a dark velvet, and then the first stars emerged. I had been waiting for that moment, the one when night unveiled its quiet brilliance. The ridge was known for stargazing, for its unobstructed view unmarred by city lights. I leaned back, smiling to myself as the stars multiplied, sharp and silver. It felt like a reward, like a private show for the foolish woman who hiked alone. It was only when I glanced up again, perhaps an hour later, that I noticed the strangeness. The constellations I knew, Orion, Cassiopeia, the Big Dipper, were not where they should have been. At first, I blamed my own lack of practice. I had studied constellations as a child, but perhaps my memory had blurred them. Still, I stared, uneasy, as if the sky had been rearranged in some subtle way. The stars formed crooked lines, jagged where they should have been clean. And in the shape of those lines, I thought I recognized letters. The thought was absurd, and I shook my head, rubbed my eyes, laughed softly at myself. Camping alone can do that to a person. Play tricks, turn the imagination into an adversary. I returned to my stove, boiled water for instant noodles, and forced myself not to look up again until I had eaten. By then, the moon had risen, pale and heavy, and the stars glittered brighter. This time, when I allowed my gaze to wander back to the heavens, the crooked lines were unmistakable. They spelled my name, Lila. 4 letters stretched across the black expanse of sky, formed by constellations that had not existed an hour earlier. I froze, the fork clattering against the side of the bowl. My mind scrambled for an explanation. Coincidence, perhaps. The random scatter of stars that my desperate brain tried to make into something familiar. That was what the mind did, after all. Imposed meaning where there was none. But as I stared, the letters shifted again, the crooked lines rearranging into Te Chao Emp Son. My surname scrawled in stars like some celestial signature. My chest tightened, my breath shallow. Impossible, I whispered aloud, because saying it out loud made it feel less real. The silence that followed was immense, swallowing my words as though the ridge itself wanted to keep them. I forced myself to move, to clean my dishes, to crawl into the thin safety of my tent. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling of nylon, refusing to glance outside. Sleep was stubborn, but exhaustion eventually claimed me, dragging me into a shallow, restless dream. When I woke at dawn, the sky was pale with the first wash of sun. The stars had faded, leaving no trace of their crooked message. My relief was immediate, though thin, fragile as ice over water. I told myself it had been fatigue, a trick of my eyes, perhaps even a dream I had failed to recognize as one. I packed away my stove, wrote a few lines in my journal about the beauty of the night sky, carefully omitting the details that unsettled me. If I didn't write it, maybe it wouldn't matter. The day stretched long and empty. I wandered the ridge, breathing the thin air, watching the hawks wheel in lazy circles above the trees. The solitude was sharp, pressing against me in ways I had not anticipated. I thought I liked being alone, but there is a difference between solitude and isolation, and the latter seeped into me like cold. I found myself glancing often at the sky, at the bright blue that held no trace of stars. I waited for night with a mix of dread and anticipation. When darkness finally came, it was swift, the mountains devouring the sun with greedy teeth. I lit a small fire, the flames sputtering in the breeze, and cooked a simple dinner. I forced myself to keep my eyes on the fire, on the ground, on anything but the vault above. But inevitably I looked. The stars had shifted again. This time, they spelled not my name but a sentence. It was crooked, uneven, but clear enough to read Ella. My skin prickled, and I felt as though something immense and unseen had turned its gaze upon me. I dropped my fork, scrambled back from the fire, my heart hammering against my ribs. The words hung above me, unchanging, patient. I could not pretend now that it was chance. Someone, or something, was speaking in the sky. I do not know how long I stood there, trembling, staring until my neck ached. Eventually, the stars began to crawl again, the letters rearranging into another sentence, WSEOU. I could not move. I could not scream. I could only watch as the sky became a blackboard on which some invisible hand scrawled messages meant for me alone. That was when the fire sputtered out, though I had fed it wood only minutes earlier. Darkness swallowed the ridge, and the only light was from the stars above, spelling out my existence letter by crooked letter. I stumbled into my tent, zipped it shut with shaking hands, and buried myself in the sleeping bag. The nylon walls were thin, useless against the immensity of whatever had turned its attention to me. but they were all I had. I lay there listening, the silence louder than any storm. My breath ragged. Outside, the stars shifted again. I did not look, but I knew. I knew they were still spelling, still watching, still waiting for me to notice. That was only the first night. When morning came, I unzipped the tent as though expecting the sky itself to lean down and swallow me. Instead, the ridge was awash in pale gold light, dew clinging to the grass, and the valley below still wrapped in shadow. Birds called from the pines, their songs sharp and ordinary. For a moment, I let myself believe that everything had been a hallucination, the product of fear and exhaustion. But the charred remains of the fire reminded me. I had fed it wood, and yet it had died unnaturally fast. The memory of the stars, spelling out He-shall-well and W-E-S-E-O-U, pressed against the back of my mind like a bruise I couldn't stop touching. I forced myself to move through the morning with a kind of stiff normalcy. I boiled water for coffee, ate a packet of oatmeal, and walked to the edge of the ridge. The view stretched wide and endless, layers of ridges fading into mist. It should have been beautiful, peaceful. Instead, it felt like a stage, and I was standing under a spotlight. I opened my journal, hesitated, and then wrote down exactly what I had seen. The letters, the sentences, the impossible messages. My handwriting wavered, as though even my body wanted to resist recording it. The moment the words were on the page, the wind picked up suddenly, rattling the pages as if trying to tear them from my hands. I clutched the book to my chest and zipped it back into my pack. By midday, clouds had gathered, heavy and low, though the forecast had promised clear skies. Shadows moved strangely across the ridge, not matching the rhythm of the sun. Once, while kneeling to adjust the tent stakes, I felt something brush against my shoulder. I spun around, but no one was there. Only the grass, bent as if someone had walked past me moments earlier. The rest of the day dragged like a tether. I tried reading, tried sketching the valley in my journal, tried distracting myself with small, ordinary tasks, but always my gaze was drawn back to the sky. The blue dome above looked calm, indifferent, as though it hadn't rearranged itself into words for me the night before. I told myself over and over that I would leave tomorrow. I had planned for 3 days, but what did that matter now? I could pack everything, hike down, and drive away. Simple, rational. Still, I stayed. A part of me wanted to see if it would happen again. That stubborn corner of my mind, the one that had dragged me up here in the first place, seeking solitude and wonder, refused to leave without proof. Fear and fascination braided together until I could not tell them apart. By the time the sun fell behind the jagged horizon, I was already shivering. I sat by the fire, every log I fed it turning to ash too quickly, as though time itself sped up within the circle of flame. My hands trembled as I ate, eyes darting upward despite my attempts to resist. The stars arrived slowly, first faint sparks, then a cascade. My stomach twisted as I recognized the crooked pattern forming again. Letters. Words. Hell-a-G-A-N, I whispered, no, as if the refusal itself could erase the message. The stars shifted. Du-ich-weil-a-v so soon. I backed away from the fire, pulse hammering, clutching the small knife. I carried more out of instinct than sense. My name appeared again, stretched across the sky like a signature lilah. The crooked constellations seemed brighter than the others, as if burning closer, hungrier. What do you want? I whispered, and the words sounded like a confession. Almost instantly, the stars rearranged. Toatch. My throat tightened. What are you? The sky shifted once more. Bio. EUTN. I stumbled back until my shoulders struck the tent. The stars crawled again. Slowly this time deliberate, each letter forming like a wound opening in the night. W like Eo your nam. The air grew colder, unnaturally so, and I could see my breath plume in front of me, despite the fire that still smoldered at my feet. My body screamed at me to run, to leave the ridge immediately, but where could I go? Down the slope into the forest, alone, with whatever had turned the sky into its message board. The ridge felt exposed, but at least I could see. The trees below were too dense, too dark. I backed into the tent, zipped it closed, and pressed my palms over my ears. The nylon was thin, every sound bleeding through, but I wanted some boundary between myself and the impossible sky. I rocked there, whispering fragments of prayers I hadn't spoken since childhood, until exhaustion finally dragged me down. When I woke, the sun was already high. My mouth was dry, and my body ached from the curled position I'd slept in. The first thing I did was check the sky. No messages. Only clean daylight. Clouds drifting like they always had. Relief fluttered through me, fragile and fleeting. I had to leave. That much was clear now. Proof was no longer a curiosity I craved. I wanted only to be gone from this ridge. I stuffed my gear into my pack, tore down the tent, and scattered the ashes of my fire. By noon I was on the trail, the valley yawning below as I began the descent. But the forest was not as I remembered it. The switchbacks seemed sharper, narrower. The trees pressed closer, branches clawing at the path. I kept my eyes down, watching my boots, trying not to notice how the shadows stretched unnaturally long, even though the sun was overhead. Birds had gone silent, replaced by a strange hum I could not locate, a low vibration that seemed to come from the soil itself. At one bend in the trail, I stopped short. The earth ahead was scrawled with symbols, shapes burned into the dirt, crooked lines that mirrored the constellations I had seen in the sky. My name written again, this time etched into the earth itself. Lela. Charred into the ground as though fire had kissed it. My breath caught. I stumbled backward, then forced myself forward, stepping across the letters as if refusing to acknowledge them. I walked faster, nearly jogging, heart slamming against my ribs. The trail twisted and twisted, but when I glanced ahead again, the same charred letters appeared. Lila, and again, and again. Each time, they grew larger, stretching across the path, as though the ridge itself wanted to brand me. By the time the sun dipped low again, I realized something horrifying. I was not descending. I had been walking for hours, and yet the ridge never retreated. The forest around me was endless, circling, repeating. The path looped like a snake eating its own tail. I collapsed by a tree, gasping, fighting back tears. My compass spun in my hand, the needle whirling uselessly. I opened my map, but it was wrong. The ridge was circled in thicket I had not drawn, and my name was scrawled across the paper in my own handwriting. The letters curved like constellations. Night came again, sudden and merciless. I hadn't even managed to pitch my tent. I sat with my back against the tree, knife in hand, every muscle trembling. The stars bled through the canopy above, shifting into place, patient and merciless. E. The words blazed crooked and bright. I clamped my hands over my eyes, but even in the darkness behind my lids, I saw them, letters burning against the black, scrawled in constellations only I could read. The stars shifted once more, slower this time, each letter deliberate. Yo can ev. I screamed, the sound ripped raw from my throat, echoing through the forest until it was swallowed by silence. When it died away, the stars rearranged again. Do ye like babo h yo yusta? My hands shook so badly I dropped the knife. It fell into the dirt beside me, gleaming faintly in the starlight. Somewhere deep in the trees, something moved. A branch cracked, heavy and deliberate. Then another. My breath hitched. I pressed my back harder against the trunk, eyes darting into the shadows. The stars shifted once more. Tr and Aruin. Every nerve in my body screamed not to. But the sound came again. Steps. Closer now, circling. The night pressed tighter, colder, and though I fought it, my head turned, slowly, against my will, toward the sound. I turned my head. I had no choice. It was as though the command written in the stars had anchored itself into the sinew of my body, tugging against my will until my neck shifted, my gaze dragged into the trees. At first there was only darkness, tangled with branches and mist. My breath caught as the silence pressed so hard it hurt. Then, slowly, shapes began to separate from the shadows. Something stood between the pines. At first glance, it looked like a person. Upright, tall, limbs stretched in familiar proportions. But the longer I stared, the more wrongness revealed itself. The arms were too long, fingertips grazing the soil. The head tilted at an angle too sharp for a human neck. Its body shimmered faintly, as though lit from within by the glow of the constellations above. When it shifted, I realized with horror that its form was not solid but threaded, as if woven together from lines of starlight. Crooked lines, bent into a mockery of human shape. My breath snagged. I wanted to run, but my body had frozen, rooted against the tree. The creature tilted its head again, and in that instant the stars above rearranged. Hello. The word hung above while the thing below mirrored it. Mouth opening though no sound escaped. Its lips moved in jagged rhythm, forming the word the stars had already written. Halo. Tears blurred my vision, but I couldn't look away. The thing took a step closer, each movement accompanied by the shifting of constellations above, as if the sky were its reflection. I stumbled sideways, pressing my back against rough bark, knife trembling in my hand. What are you? My voice cracked, a whisper swallowed by the night. The stars shifted. Buerursky. The creature's mouth moved again, repeating the words silently. I wanted to scream, but the sound clawed at my throat, trapped. The stars crawled once more, slower this time. Yowu Bilon Tous no Dubu. The figure stretched its arm toward me. The fingers weren't fingers at all, but crooked star lines extending into the dark. Threads of light that bent as if woven from constellations. They twitched like living wires, reaching. My body finally broke from paralysis. I bolted, crashing through undergrowth. Knife still clutched, branches slashing at my face and arms. The forest roared with my panic. My boots hammered against the soil, lungs burning. But no matter how far I ran, the glow of the stars above followed, always spelling, always watching. At one point, I tripped, tumbling down a slope, branches tearing my clothes. I hit the ground hard, the knife slipping from my grasp. I scrambled to my knees, dirt filling my mouth, and looked up. The stars had rearranged again. Rowan Fastar, a sob ripped from my chest. I staggered to my feet, grabbed the knife, and stumbled onward. My legs screamed, but terror gave me fuel. Trees blurred past, the night a tangle of shadows. Always, when I dared to glance up, the sky was changing while you ors do okopai. The words crawled across the heavens like scars etched into the dark. And I realized something even worse, the forest. itself was beginning to echo those letters. Branches bent into crooked shapes that mirrored the constellations, shadows splitting into jagged lines that spelled my name across the ground. The world was no longer safe. It was rewriting itself around me. At some point, I found myself at the edge of a clearing. Moonlight drenched the grass, silver and cold. I stumbled into the open space, chest heavy, and collapsed to my knees. The sky above spread wide, merciless, filled with stars that glitter the hunger I could feel on my skin. This time the words came slowly, as if savoring the message. Stier stiel. I froze, tears streaking my cheeks. The grass around me bent inward, curving into lines that traced the letters of my name. Something rustled behind me, and though I couldn't see it, I knew the star, woven creature, had followed. I clutched the knife tighter. My mind screamed that it was useless against something that wasn't flesh, wasn't of this earth, but it was the only barrier I had left. I raised it toward the sky as if to defy the stars themselves. My voice cracked with desperation. Why me? The stars twisted. Bika wos wogu okid. The clearing spun around me. The knife trembled in my grip, my body breaking with exhaustion and fear. My thoughts blurred. And then, impossibly, the stars shifted again, forming something longer, slower, letters stretching into a crooked sentence. Do right US. For a moment, I didn't understand. Then my mind flashed back to the journal in my pack. The entries I had written. The letters scrawled across the map that I hadn't drawn. They weren't only speaking through the sky. They were bleeding into the things I touched, the words I wrote. They wanted me to continue, to record, to make them permanent. I dropped the knife. My body shook violently as I reached into my pack and dragged out the journal. My hands moved almost without my permission, flipping to a blank page. I picked up the pen. The stars shimmered above, waiting. When I began to write, the forest grew silent, as if holding its breath. My pen scratched across the paper, but the words were not mine. They flowed through me, crooked and jagged, sentences that echoed the messages in the sky. We see you. You cannot leave. You belong to us. Each line carved itself onto page with a weight I could not fight. The more I wrote, the more the air around me shimmered. Shapes flickered at the edges of my vision. More of the star, woven figures, gathering, watching. Their limbs bent wrong. Their heads tilted too far, each one threaded from crooked lines of light. They circled the clearing, silent, waiting. I don't know how long I wrote. Time dissolved. When I finally dropped the pen, my hand aching. The page was filled with words I didn't remember forming. The stars above pulsed, bright and satisfied. QOD. The figures retreated into the trees, their light fading until only the ordinary darkness remained. The silence was heavier now, pressing me flat to the earth. I curled around the journal, clutching it to my chest. Sleep dragged me down. Whether from exhaustion or something the sky had poured into me, I can't say. When dawn came, I was still in the clearing. The journal rested beside me, its pages smudged with frantic ink. I opened it with trembling hands. The words were still there, but they were no longer mine. The handwriting shifted across the lines, crooked letters bending into shapes that did not belong to any alphabet I knew. They crawled across the page as though alive. Panic clawed up my throat. I slammed the journal shut, stuffed it into my pack, and stumbled back to the trail. This time, when I walked, the path did not loop. The trees opened. The descent came quick, as though the ridge itself had released me. By late morning, I saw my car parked in the clearing, sunlight glinting off the windshield. Relief hit me so hard I almost collapsed. But when I opened the car door, the journal slid from my pack. It fell open on the ground, pages flapping in the wind. And though I hadn't written it, though I swore I had never seen it before, the last page carried a sentence in my own crooked handwriting. SEEOUTOIGHT. My stomach turned to ice. I slammed the journal shut and stuffed it deep into my bag, refusing to touch it again. I drove away, tires spitting gravel, the ridge shrinking in my rearview mirror. For hours I didn't stop. Only when I reached the edge of the city did I dare glance at the sky. The stars weren't out yet, but I knew they were waiting. That night, when darkness fell, I stepped outside my apartment to prove to myself it was over. I tilted my head back, heart hammering. The sky glittered with familiar constellations at first. Orion, Cassiopeia, the Dipper. Comforting in their order. Relief spread through me like warmth. And then the stars shifted. Lela, crooked and unmistakable. My knees buckled. I dropped onto the balcony, hands pressed over my face. The sky was not bound to the ridge. It had followed me home. The stars crawled again, slow and deliberate. W lucky mama yo you sty. My journal sat inside waiting. I could already feel the pull, the itch in my hands to write. The words weren't mine anymore. They never had been. That was the last night I slept beneath a normal sky. Since then, every evening, the constellations twist into crooked letters, spelling messages only I can see. I try not to look, but somehow my eyes always find them. Sometimes they command. Sometimes they plead. Always they watch. I don't know how long I can resist. The journal fills itself now, even when I do not touch it. Crooked sentences crawl across the pages in the dark, messages that hum in my blood. They tell me I cannot leave, that I am theirs, and maybe they're right. Because when I close my eyes, even in daylight, I see stars shifting, forming my name, calling me back.